Gana del Toro, gana UAE.
There are no gifts today. He takes the glory.
Kooi voor Nederland, jazeker. Kooi wint rit voor Decathlon CMA CGM.
Well, hello and welcome to stage 7 of the 113th Tour de France. We are here in Gémeaux, preparing for the Départ Fictif, as the peloton takes on 175.1 kilometres today through to Bordeaux. Feels as though there is a little abatement in the temperature. A little more breeze as we head towards the Atlantic coast. But all of that comes after an explosive day in stage 6 of the Tour yesterday. On stage 6, UAE Team Emirates executed a brutal, brilliantly timed plan. They lit up the race on the Col d'Aspin, shredded the peloton at the foot of the Tourmalet and unleashed Del Toro to launch Pogacar. Slovenian attacked more than 40 kilometres from the finish, climbed the Tourmalet at record pace and then flew down into Gavarnie-Gèdre alone.
Into the closing moments of another display of world champion dominance. The drive for 5 continues his relentless pursuit of glory. Once again delivers stage success for Tadej Pogacar.
For Pogacar, stage 6 was the kind of day riders dream about. Perfect legs, perfect timing, perfect execution. UAE cleared the path, he delivered the blow, and the Tour's balance snapped. We can talk about a perfect day for Team UAE after this amazing performance.
I quite agree, it was a really perfect day. It was really the hype in the team for today, since, I mean, maybe even in training camp already, but yesterday after the stage in the bus, when we were coming back to hotel, we were really living the hype, and today I wake up super early, already excited, and saw the guys in the breakfast, and then the ride to on the bus to the start. We were like, the energy was there, and we took this opportunity, and really was it's perfect day. Yeah.
A perfect day that put back the yellow jersey onto Tadej Pogacar. Let's have a look at the new general classification. Pogacar with a 2-minute and 42-second lead. It was his biggest ever margin of victory in the Tour de France in a stage. Isaac Del Toro is up into 3rd. Remco Evenepoel is in 4th place. But UAE prepare themselves for a very relaxing day today.
Du classement général, le voici à l'approche et dans quelques secondes on va pouvoir le saluer, l'omni-champion qui représente la
As for Team Visma Lease Bike, they've had a night to lick their wounds. And the question is, what will they be able to do in the course of the next 2 weeks?
Everyone is wondering if after stage 6 Jens Voigt position 1, maybe also position 2 are already decided in the general classification of the Tour de France. What do you think?
Absolutely, like it or not, but the performance of Tadej Pogacar now with leading with 2.5 minutes, if he doesn't do anything crazy, yes, he wins the Tour. Second place, Jonas looks fairly safe, but that is not at 100% yet. And then there's a lot of really interesting contenders for the 3rd place. That will be the big battle, the fascinating fight in the next 2 weeks.
And probably the most interesting one, but of course stage 6 also left somehow his mark in the legs of the sprinters of their teams. How will this affect today's stage, Anders?
Yeah, for sure. We saw the sprinters at the finish yesterday. They were tired. There will for sure be fatigue in the bodies and the legs of the sprinters, but it is a sprint royale today. We're going to Bordeaux. It is a sprint city, and Team Merlier lost his normal lead-out man Bert van Leerberghe yesterday. I don't know how crucial it will be for Merlier, because we've seen him in the past. He really doesn't need a proper lead-out man. Van Leerberghe has been the guy positioning him, and then he's been following the trains. And I think Jasper Stuyven will be a key rider for Merlier today. What he did for Meunier in the Giro, I'm excited to see that today.
We're all excited to watch today's stage and maybe the final sprint.
Geraint Thomas on site, chatting away with his team. Decathlon, well, will it be another day for Olav Koy, the winner of our one sprint so far, looking on really good form, in really good shape, but just how exacting was that performance from the day before. Jasper Philipsen, well, he won the last time the Tour was in Bordeaux. Before we do anything else, let's take a look at the stage itself. Girmaux is where we start up, and then we head up to the Gironde and to Bordeaux itself. 175 kilometre stage, and it is a pretty flat one today. Just 850 metres of climbing all in. Cracking across the Landes we go, and through to Landiras for the intermediate sprint of the day at 120.2 kilometres. One category 4 climb, just 1.2 kilometres at an average gradient of 4.4%, the Côte du Béguet, and that's before crossing the bridge and heading in to the finish in Bordeaux itself. Mads Pedersen completing that top 5 with Alexander Kristoff present and Peter Sagan as well. Wout van Aert down in 9th, but Biniam Girmay, who crossed the line in 13th place back in 2023. And we have another birthday today. Let's go now and hear from Tom Steels.
Tom Steels, it was really unfortunate yesterday that Bert van Leerberghe abandoned the Tour de France. That's a huge blow ahead of today's sprint stage into Bordeaux, and a huge blow for Tim Merlier, but also with Ilan van Wilder crashing on the descent after the stage. Can you talk how those two riders are going to impact today?
Yeah, Ilan is okay. I mean, he just had to wait for a car to get another front wheel, but he's okay. He had a flat one in the descent, couldn't do anything about it. Unfortunate, but things happen. Yeah, but it's a pity that he's out. I mean, it's one of the best lead-out men we have. Luckily, we have still Jasper on board, who can also manage the lead-out. So on that point, we are okay. But okay, Bert is also more than just the lead-out for Tim. But it's okay.
What's Tim learnt from the sprint into Pau? Because when you take a look at the overhead shot, he was quite far back, but arguably he was the fastest of all the sprinters.
Yeah, he can be confident, I think. It's not that he was blown away. He did it all by himself the last 5-6 kilometers. The speed is there. Now it's just all about positioning, and when he can launch his sprint, but he can be confident. In this pack, he's one of the fastest.
What about this sprint into Bordeaux then? Because the final 5 kilometres, you make that left-hand turn, you go over the bridge, over the river, a right-hand turn, and it's relatively straight all the way. How do you try and control those last 3.5 kilometres?
Yeah, it's a pretty hectic sprint. What I remember it from last time, it went incredibly fast. You couldn't almost follow it on VeloView. It went so fast. But it's a tricky sprint. What makes it tricky is it's quite narrow. So everybody that pulls all the lead outs, they don't have space to move. So you have to be quite lucky that you don't bump in to a guy who did his effort and has to move. So that's tricky on this one. You really have to be already alert quite early. Once you get over the bridge, then the speed is so high, you just have to be in position. You cannot move, there's not so much space to move anymore. And then it's, like you say, just a pretty straightforward sprint. But just the tightness of the road can make it tricky.
With Bert no longer in the race, what's the order of the lead out now then? You mentioned Jasper, but further back, does anything change?
Yeah, we take Paré Panther for the last 3 kilometers. No.
Great one.
No, I think, yeah, you just count on Jasper and and Tim to find their way. And I think that's a little bit of an advantage once you're in position, and it's not that you can stay there quite easily, but there are some key points in the race.
Thanks, Tom. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, not the only team to lose a rider, of course. Disappointment for Bert van Leeuwenhoek of Soudal Quick-Step. The disappointment that we heard about overnight was, of course, the yellow jersey of Torstein Tran will not be at the start line today. Cracked ribs, 4 of them, in his fall, and also concussion the Norwegian is suffering from, so he will not be at the start line. Wasn't going to be any change in our predictor game, as everyone scored 20 points because everyone picked Tadej Pogačar. Let's see what the variety of guesses are today.
Il mio favorito per la settima tappa è
Moreno Mosea said my favourite for stage 7's Tim Merlier. I think he lost the first sprint because of positioning, but also because he lost his teammates in the crash, and I remain confident with Tim Merlier.
De 7e etappe gaat gewonnen worden door...
7th stage of the Tour de France will be won by Olaf Koy. It's remarkable that a Dutchman wins in Bordeaux. Yesterday was a really hard stage. Koy showed he's climbing better than the other sprinters, so he'll be a bit more fresh. Olaf Koy will win his 2nd stage at this year's Tour de France.
Olaf Koy will win stage 7. We know sprinters, they need confidence, and he just got that. He doesn't have the same pressure as the other sprinters, and I think that Olaf Koy will win today in Bordeaux. I just found the first ever Colombian in the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, Victor Hugo Peña. Victor, I just said that Olaf Koy will win today's stage. Who do you think will win today?
You know my thinking now already, because it's my man.
Olaf Koy?
Yeah.
Hugo Peña, Milke, prediction, Olaf Koy.
Here are the other experts then, and it's a mixture between Tim Merlier and Jasper Philipsen, who we saw, of course, won in Bordeaux in 2023, just ahead of Mark Cavendish, who had that gear problem. Down then at the start line and ready for the départ fictif here in Gémeaux. Jonas Vingegaard in the polka dot jersey. He rarely gives very much away, Jonas Vingegaard, and yet yesterday he did look like a broken man. He looked like a man who has come into this race. We felt that he came into this race in the best possible form that he could, and we thought it was going to be a race of seconds. It is already a race of 2 minutes and 42 seconds. That is the difference between the best, Tadej Pogačar, and the second best, Jonas Vingegaard. Pogačar back in that yellow jersey. He wears it for the 56th time today. He is closing in on Chris Froome with 59 yellow jerseys in his career, and Miguel Indurain with 60 in his career.
Riders about to start stage 7. We just got confirmation from some of the riders that their DS sports directors are alerting them that it could be rainy 10Ks into the stage, and it could also affect the finish today in Bordeaux. We're just waiting for the official cars to move on. Maybe we can grab a rider coming a bit late to the start. We are only 30 seconds or 50 seconds until we start. I see some Astana guys. Maybe we can have a little word with one of them. Mike Tönnies. Mike, can we get a quick word with you?
No, will they wait for us or?
They wait for you. You're the boss, aren't you?
No, totally not the boss.
It's impressive what you guys have been doing so far with Max Kanter. Do you believe this could be possible today?
Start with belief, no? Like we know it's not easy, but we try everything we can, and I think we did quite a good job 2 days ago. Okay, then we ran into Olaf, who was more fast, but I mean he can also be one time out of position, and the only thing we can do is bring him in a good position and make him sprint, and then we'll see.
Finally, Mike, it looked really tough yesterday. Was there a highlight for you despite all the suffering yesterday on the climbs?
Normally the highlight is the finish, but we had to go back to the bus. It's 20k, so the highlight was getting into the bus, I would say. Yeah. Sorry, not much to enjoy.
Good luck today, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope that they did wait for Mike Tönnies. We'll keep our eyes peeled to see whether he's miles back or whether he's managed to make it up to the start. I can't believe that Anders will have been responsible. Banderas, huge part of this part of the world. A fantastic atmosphere being generated here. An integral part of life in the south of France. Much more of a festival buzz as we head out today. Yellow jersey on the back of Tadej Pogačar. Polka dots on loan to Jonas Vingegaard. Mads Pedersen is in the green jersey. And the white jersey back on Isaac Del Toro, who had a really fascinating chat with Tadej Pogačar. For those of you who were watching yesterday, right at the end of the stage when the two of them were on the rollers, Del Toro looked aghast with his performance on that last bit of the Tourmalet and a little bit disappointed that he hadn't been able to stay with Pogačar for longer. And Pogačar just turned around to him and pretty much put his arm around him and just said, it's okay, you just went a little bit too hard too soon, and that's what happens. And just when we cut away, it sounded as though Pogačar was also going to turn around and say, actually, I put myself a little bit more on the limit than I meant to do, and was finding it quite hard work as well, because if he did find it hard work, he disguised it incredibly well yesterday in front of the President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, who was there at yesterday's stage. A presidential performance from Tadej Pogačar yesterday. His biggest ever margin of victory in a Tour de France stage, and he has put himself very comfortably in the lead after just 6 stages of this year's Tour, really demonstrating the void between him and Jonas Vingegaard, and Vingegaard in turn demonstrating the void between him and the rest. Florian Lipovitz, when he was interviewed yesterday, already talking about the fact that it's a race for third. That is what everyone will now focus on in the remainder of the GC battle. Also going to be very interesting to see. So much talk about Paul Sexas. We haven't seen too much of him. He did really well in yesterday's stage. He stuck to his task. But Paul Sexas will be going into unknown territory at the end of this weekend. He has never previously done a race longer than 9 stages, so it's all going to be brand new for him, dealing with 2 rest days, and that is going to be very interesting to chart as well. So today's stage, a nice relaxing ride, but will it be a relaxing ride? We will have to wait and see. who's going to get involved in the breakaway. You see riders, one from the Lotto Intermarché team, making his way up towards the front. They've been very active in the breakaways so far. Baptiste Weithofer, of course, 144 kilometres on his own out in front on our previous sprint stage. Yesterday, Huub Aerts was up the road before he got a slap on the wrists for the way that he was holding the handlebars and then went backwards. The Green City. Tennis courts, athletics tracks, football pitches, rugby pitches. A sporting hub in this part of the world, but also big fans of cycling as well. You're watching stage 7 of the Tour de France 2026. It is Gémeaux through to Bordeaux, 175.1 kilometres. Relatively short départ fictif today, just rolling out across just over 3 kilometres, and we're inside the last kilometre of that with around 800 metres left to go. That's the Gémeaux bullfighting arena. Bullfighting and bull running still integral parts of the culture down here in the Landes. But as the peloton sets itself up for, well, what sort of start will it be? Will it be a frenetic start? Will there be a battle to get into the breakaway? Or will Baptiste Weithofer be off on a solo effort once again himself? Or will it be one of his compadres? Will it be a small group who's allowed to go up the road this time? All of that remains to be seen as we look further back at Mattia Cattaneo alongside his car, which might slightly delay the start here because he's having a new radio put in. But with 300 metres to go until the Départ Réel is due to go, now 200 in fact, time to hand over to our commentary team, and we start today with Brian Smith and Declan Quigley.
Cheers, Jonathan. Look forward to this one. Thanks very much for that. We'll be hearing again from Jonathan later in the broadcast, and looking forward now to Christian Prudhomme. He's going to do his thing and send the riders on their way.
Attention pour le départ réel, top, le départ réel, accélération, et Baptiste.
Tour de France. Stage 7, we're underway, 175 kilometres. Expecting a second bunch sprint is scheduled today. It's predicted, but that's not always the way that it works. And we did wonder whether we were going to have any attacking. We thought the same a couple of days ago, and Baptiste Weithofer was loitering with intent close to the front of the peloton as they pulled the flag in. Lo and behold, it looks as if it's Baptiste who's headed north here. He's got a Cahors Rural for a little bit of company. A Truba it is indeed, the Czech rider with the Cahors Rural, the Continental Protein squad, with from Spanish registered team. Meanwhile, down the back of the peloton, everybody looking pretty relaxed, including Paul Sexas. What a fine performance he produced yesterday. He sits 6th overall now, and within 7 seconds of a podium position after a fine performance in the mountains. And plenty of time to ruminate on events past yesterday's Mountain Fest and the glory of Tadej Pogacar's most dominant summit finish success in history. Remarkable of summit finish wins from Tadej Pogacar in his career. Has the record for that particular achievement. He's got the most summit finish stage wins in Tour de France history. He's won 15 of them at this point, and he was absolutely thrilled, exercised, delighted, and cruised clear, and now has the biggest advantage that any rider has had by stage 7 of Tour de France in over 10 years. Here's where we are today. We're heading towards wine country. Over 6,000 chateaux to choose from if you like your Bordeaux. And it is the second most popular Tour de France destination in history. It's well over 80 times that we've been to Bordeaux in for a stage finish. Most recently 2023, Asper Philipsen taking the win on that occasion. And it looks as if already we have a moment of stasis. No one in the peloton's pretty much interested in that. They're going to let these two guys head clear. At least we have a breakaway. That we're delighted about. Myself and Brian Smith and John Moult, who we'll hear from later on today, were chatting ahead of the broadcast, and we were tempted to have a little bit of a whip round and see if we could encourage riders out of the peloton. We didn't need to. Truba and Baptiste Weisstroffer have gone raiding today. Weisstroffer, another opportunity perhaps for him to secure a most aggressive rider, Dossard, tomorrow, and he'll be grateful, I think, to have the company of this Czech rider, Jakob Truba. In his bid for stage honours, improbable as it may seem, looks like it's setting up comfortably for another one of these sprint stages. Brian Smith is watching with interest, and I suppose that's one of the big stories from yesterday. A day of drama, a predictable stage result, you might say, but the disappointment and the anguish and the pain indeed for Torstein Train. It was a tough old day from losing all that time and then crashing. Finished it yesterday, several broken ribs, and as it turned out, as it transpired, despite the fact that he had passed the concussion protocol, he did have a bit of concussion as well. So yeah, all entirely reasonable that he's out of it, and we wish him well in his recovery.
At least today Weisstroffer's got a bit of company. A couple of days ago he was on his own, so, and I think we talked all day about Weisstroffer. Weisstroffer Germanic, meaning fisherman, and you know, we know he was an engineer with the French Navy, and so we know everything about him. We know a little bit less about Truba, so we've got a bit of an opportunity to talk about, you know, the man from Caruel. And Caruel back in this race after many years. This team has been around for a long time. It's way back in the late 80s, but they're back gaining a wild card, and you know, we talk about this, that you know, they're expected to get in breakaways, the wild card entries. They're expected to kind of animate the races, and you know, that they're not really expected to win stages, of course, but it's not going to stop them trying. And you know, good to see that Truba is in this breakaway today. I just got that feeling that you get potentially in the second week of a Grand Tour at the start there, Declan, that everybody wasn't kind of rushing to the starts. They weren't kind of mobbing the car, and there was, you know, it was a kind of thinner bunch. They're a bit more relaxed. We saw Sexas and Vauquelin at the back there just having a chat. So a lot of what we've seen in the first kind of 6 stages is not your kind of normal Tour de France. And I think everybody's very relaxed after very tough stage, but a very a good performance from a lot of riders yesterday. But I think the hierarchy is already in place.
Oh, 100%. We definitely have our GC fully established. Tadej Pogačar with a comfortable 2 minutes and 42-second advantage over Jonas Vingegaard, who is head and shoulders above the rest. Fine performance from him yesterday, and he was almost a minute clear, well, it was about 45 seconds clear of the best of the rest. Isaac Del Toro, who was berating himself for not being able to follow Tadej Pogačar, and it was interesting to hear Jonathan Harris-Bass chatting about that ahead of the start of the stage. That little candid moment between the two, and they were cooling down as best you can on the turbo after it, and Del Toro was frustrated, and Tadej said, well, look, you maybe attacked just a little bit too hard, and then maybe when I came around you, maybe I went a bit too hard at that moment, but you know, you don't need to feel bad, because you know, we can adjust that, we can fix it. And as things currently stand, Isaac Del Toro sitting 3rd overall, within 45 seconds of Jonas Vingegaard, and just under 3.5 minutes behind his teammate, so a very comfortable and strong position. Tom Pidcock, well, more challenging for him yesterday.
Certainly been learning his French as well.
At the end. Yeah, Tom Pidcock is 15th overall now, just inside 10 minutes down. Bit of
See, this doesn't normally happen in the first week.
Those cheers coming from the motor camera.
Late Grand Tour. Look at they're just so relaxed. They're, you know, making up new songs about Van der Poel, and it just not have the feeling of a first week.
It's found its rhythm. I mean, the hierarchy has been established. Some riders have gained and got the results they wanted to secure their Tour de France, and others, well, still looking for it, but know now the character of the stage, what's likely to happen, and yeah, it's settled into place, and I think that can only be good for the riders too, that they are relaxed, and they need to be relaxed in order to survive. There's still 2 more stages after this before the first rest day, so by now fatigue will be starting to play a role.
Yeah, definitely. I think it has done over the last few days. Nice wee moment there, father and son, in his son's first Tour de France, so as a spectator, of course, but we see this guy pretty much every year, don't we, in the Tour de France. It doesn't go anywhere quick, but
he needs to make a loop. Yeah, he just needs 2 more diggers, I think, doesn't he? 2 or 3.
He certainly gets the TV time. But you know, it's interesting to hear about Jasper Philipsen after the first sprint stage in Pau. That, you know, he won there previously, and he went back there, and he said it was just the legs weren't good. Well, he won it again here the last time we were in Bordeaux, and it'll be interesting to see if the legs are any better. I still think that although they've lost Van Leeuwenburger, I still think that Tim Merlier, if he gets himself in the right position, I think he still is, my favourite anyway for today's stage. But I think
I just love that. Yeah, I just love that interview.
Yeah, Olaf Koy was head and shoulders above everybody else the other day. I think Astana almost nailed it. Olaf Koy was quicker, Canter taking second place, but I think Tim Merlier will, if they get it right today. But just listening to Tom Steels there, the sports director of Soudal Quick-Step, and it's I've kind of looked at this finish as well. I remember looking at it before. The sprint zone with the 5 kilometres comes, but there's a right, a left over the bridge, and it's full on. I can remember that sprint with Mark Cavendish, and the problem that he had with the gears and things like that in the end, coming close to his 35th victory that day and just not getting that. But he eventually got that, as we know. Yeah, we eventually got that one, but it was close there with Jasper Philipsen. But yeah, look, every sprinter, they know that they have to deliver. They ride on confidence. I think Canter and Astana have got plenty of confidence, and I expect them to be there. But it's very difficult to back up sprints. I know that in the history of the Tour de France we've had riders that win multiple stages in sprints, but it's very difficult to do that. Has Olaf Koy got it? Of course, he doesn't need a sprint train. Neither does Tim Merlier. And we're seeing Soudal and Alpecin, just like we saw 2 days ago, are prepared to put a rider towards the front, and it's the same rider. It's Sylvain Daly, the former Swiss champion. This is what he does. He rides at the front, and I think, is it Louis Vervaeke as well?
So the same
riders,
100%.
doing exactly
Vervaeke
the same.
and Encorn just setting up behind. Yeah.
So the 2 of them will ride, but yeah, we've got Otruba with Vierstroffer, and a little bit of company, and it could be exactly what we saw the other day. I did see Kasper Asgreen with he's wearing his aero helmet for the first time on the road today, and I thought he was right towards the front, and I thought, interesting, but he's decided not to, for the moment anyway.
For the moment. Will there be further opportunity? Maybe, just maybe. And we saw the win there, 10 kilometres an hour. Nothing to get too excited about. We're not expecting any crosswind action, albeit it's not a bad stage for it if the wind blows enough. And such as it is, we're expecting the wind to be a crosswind all day, but unfortunately it'll be in single figures, so it's unlikely to create any sort of excitement in terms of crosswind action. Having said that, not that many teams with big name sprinters, so you never know if there's any opportunity. They'll certainly have to keep attention, keep mindful. Olaf Koy, so many different topics, I suppose, of conversation from, that you're sort of leading to there, Brian. But Olaf Koy, if he wins the stage, will be the first rider since Jasper Philipsen in 2023 to win the first 2 bunch sprints of the Tour. In fact, Philipsen is actually the only sprinter to have done this in the past 10 years. He won the first 4 bunch gallops in 2023. And then Olaf Koy, he'd be just the second Dutch rider ever to win the first 2 bunch sprints since Jan Raas back in 1980, won a couple of stages. So many different talking points, so many different reference points from yesterday's climbing to take on board. Isaac Del Toro and Tadej Pogacar feeling pretty good about things. Remco Evenepoel a little bit disgruntled. They've got a twin-pronged assault, of course, the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad. Remco just bested for 3rd place on the stage, so no bonus seconds for him. He was not best pleased, actually, with his teammate Florian Lipovitz. Expected that a man who has joint leadership of the team should, at least in that particular situation, have provided a lead out. Way that it worked out, but that's certainly a topic to be ruminated on in the time to come. Temperature today anticipated to be around 30 degrees Celsius, maybe just a little bit more cloud creating and sort of taking the temperature down a little bit lower than it has been of late. But nonetheless, Jens Voigt is out on the motorcycle again, and he's sampling the atmosphere, absorbing the rays, absorbing an incredible amount of heat as well.
Good morning, everyone. We are behind the peloton, and believe it or not, the first time at this Tour de France, I see a temperature less than 30 degrees. It is such a relief, not just for myself, but for the riders in the peloton. So it's a lot cooler than the other days. It will get warmer during the day. The heat taking its toll on the riders. Yesterday at the finish line, nobody smiled. Nobody was happy or easy going. They all suffered from the speed of the race and the heat, the temperature. So they are so happy today that it's a little cooler and so much slower as well. And I don't see much more attacking happening. They all know it will be a bunch sprint, and they're all happy to have a little bit cooler temperatures, a little bit of air movement to cool down. So the riders are really enjoying the slow and easy start for now. Back to the commentators.
Cheers, Jens. Stay as cool and calm and collected as you possibly can. Van Baarle, actually, it's on the front now. Vervaeke there was there for a little while. Sylvain Dillier settling in behind, and it is the sprinters team, so they have command of the peloton. And in these early stages, Van Baarle and Sylvain Dillier, it's just a minute advantage less than our intrepid duo out front. Westroffer and Ottruba have settled in, and they don't look too minded to try and open up a huge advantage either. So I think everybody has a feeling about this one that they'll just try and play themselves into the day and work work themselves towards the conclusion without too much stress.
Yeah, they seem to have just kind of rolled off the front and continue to roll. They're not really kind of pressing on too much. Still looking at the pink jersey of Kasper Asgreen. He's still sitting up there towards them. Of course, he was one of the riders that went on the final climb a couple of days ago over the top with Fred Wright. So potentially maybe looking at doing something there. But yeah, you normally kind of see some telltale signs of riders in the neutral zone, whether they get aero helmet on, kind of ready to race, they're up for it, they're a bit more nervy than everybody else. And that's the riders that normally, try and get themselves in the breakaway. But yeah, for the moment anyway, Kasper Asgreen, he's riding towards the front, but not deciding to do anything at the moment.
Advantage of just under a minute for Ottruba and Westroffer at front as the sprint teams settle into controlling. No sign of a counter-attack likely to happen. The profile of the next 10 kilometres is ever so slightly uphill. Sort of average gradient of the next 10-11 kilometres is, well, it's about 1%. Nothing drastic. But I'm not really offering an opportunity. There's just one classified climb along the day today. It is a Category 4 ascent. Well, it is an identical climb, actually, and an identical run-in to the stage in 2023, so it is worth making those comparisons. You're talking about the complications. I thought it was a fascinating interview, actually, with Tom Stales, and just how relaxed. He's seen it all. He's done it all himself as a bike rider and as a sporting director. And the loss of Bert van le Berge crashed a couple of days ago, of course, and that in its own way affected the potential for Tim Merlier. Everyone's saying that Merlier can freelance pretty well himself. They're also making a pretty good point, actually, that Jasper Stuyven is there to lead out, and that he did a wonderful job for Paul Magnier in performing similar duties in Giro d'Italia. Anders Milke making that very valid point, but it is ever so slightly upsetting, and Stales did kind of say that he's a bit more than just a lead-out man this week. Yeah, it hasn't quite switched on just yet, Total Energy. And setting up close to the front here. I wonder what they've got in mind for the day. They've got, of course, Anthony Turgis, who was 9th a couple of days ago in the first pint sprint.
Yeah, he seems to do that quite a lot. He goes for the green jersey points, and, you know, he's always, every opportunity he's there and thereabouts. He's not, I wouldn't class him as a sprinter. But he seems to be there the whole time. But look, we just heard the team radio of Total Energies there, and they're saying what we're seeing, that the two riders in front of Truba, the Czechia rider and the French rider Vestroffer, as they're not really pushing hard at all. I don't know what that message was. Maybe it's a message to say, look, they're not really kind of pushing hard. Maybe we can jump across to them or get someone there. It really depends on what they're deploying today. But I think, you know, from Yenzi there, and I think we have to remind Yenzi it's afternoon, not morning. You know, we're 7 days in everywhere. Yeah, we're 7 days in now. People are getting tired, but yes, I think everybody knows it's going to be a bunch sprint. But we do have in the past, you know, upsets. Sometimes, I don't think we'll see it today, but, you know, we go back to the Giro d'Italia, into Milan, we had 4 riders there, but I don't think we're going to see that. And then, if you can remember last year with Alpecin, Premier Tech with Ricard and Van der Poel entertaining us. So, yeah, I think they're all in for Philipsen. They wouldn't be allowed to do that because Philipsen crashed out last year, and that's why they deployed that tactic.
175 kilometres in total in front of the riders. They've raced through the first 15 kilometres in a relatively benign manner. Matteo Trentin catching up with the new yellow jersey. He was back in the yellow jersey, somewhat surprisingly, actually. Super experienced Italian rider with the Tudor Pro Cycling team, Trentin. Something of a spokesman, isn't he, in the peloton? He's one of those wise heads. A couple of Belgian riders catching up for a chat. Remco smiling. Wasn't smiling after yesterday's stage. He was hopping Matt with his teammate Florian Leibowitz. He believed that Leibowitz should have provided a bit of a lead out. Not sure what your thoughts on that one are, Brian. They are joint team leaders, of course.
Yeah, I don't think they know that there's joint leadership. It seems to me, and we were talking about it at the stage yesterday, that they're riding in a Tourmalet about, you know, 12, 16 seconds apart at one point, and I'm just like scratching my, what are they doing? And okay, there's delayed pictures back to the team car, but surely they know, they can see. Surely
so Remco has a point.
There's racecraft there. I think Remco asked him, because in I think Catalunya he rode for Leibowitz, and he asked him yesterday to help him lead out, and he said no. Even in the run-in we could see him, the Leibowitz wasn't really kind of riding too much and helping. So I really thought that the tactics of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe were, it was almost cringeworthy, it was almost comical, what was happening yesterday, and not good at all. I don't know who's in control of what happens in the race. It's
2 years in a row.
That was almost comical. They were not helping each other. I think if there was a bit more coordination and cooperation between both of them, I think they could have caught Vingegaard.
And that was the point, wasn't it? With two team leaders, two riders at that level, that's the way that that's the advantage they have against potentially slightly better athletes. But they didn't play the card in that fashion yesterday. Certainly, that's as far as Remco Evenepoel was concerned. We caught up with him ahead of today's stage to get his thoughts.
Remco Evenepoel, well done yesterday. It was an impressive sprint you did to the finish line, and after you were quite yeah, it's no secret you were quite vocal about the collaboration in the group. Can you tell us about the debrief within the team afterwards?
No, in the end all good. I mean, most important was to not lose crazy time if we keep Tadej aside. And yeah, I planned my final with not going completely over the limit because the descent was quite technical and fast, so you still need to be a bit fresh in the head to go fast downhill. And then yeah, it was pretty obvious that the group was not collaborating perfectly to catch Jonas. I think if everybody would have worked very well together, we could have caught him. And then yeah, gap to second place was smaller than how it is now. And then in the end, I think everybody did what he could. I tried to sprint for the third place. And yeah, I think in general the team and myself, we are happy with how the day developed.
We spoke about the presentation. This is your first Grand Tour with another co-leader. How is it to race with Florian? You did it now, a proper mountain stage. How is it to be there together?
Yeah, everybody has his own strengths, so you want to play that out. That's also why, when the accelerations comes, we both go as fast as possible to the top, and then we also try to go as fast as possible down and as far as possible to the finish line. So, it's everything has been spoken about, everything is set, so the past is in the past, and now we only have to look forward.
The past is in the past. Are they looking forward? As I mentioned, second year in a row, we saw some very unusual tactics with Primož Roglič and Florian Lipovic 12 months ago from that team. Now Remco Evenepoel on board, and he's clearly believes that Florian Lipovic didn't play it correctly yesterday. He's never backward about coming forward with his opinions, and that's, I suppose, it's from our point of view, it's so refreshing and welcoming.
He was diplomatic there, wasn't he? Maybe kind of heated the moment after the stage yesterday, but it was clear. He's right. You play to your strengths, and I think he talked about this earlier on in the race, that I think he knows he's not on the same level as Pogacar, and so to have a kind of dual leadership within Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, that was going to play to their strengths, but it never yesterday. They were riding as individuals yesterday, and for me that's not good. We've seen co-leaderships, we've seen three riders and sometimes coming. I think Movistar had that scenario, and it just wasn't happening for them. And for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe with Lipovic and Evenepoel, it's not happening for them yesterday. And they a little bit more of a collaboration. You play to your strengths. If you know that Evenepoel was 12 seconds back and he's probably better in the descent and better in that last climb. I think I said it in the comments yesterday that last climb is probably better. It's just in the kind of steeper climbs.
Not quite as steep as the previous one, yeah.
Of course, it's a bit shallower, a bit more power, punchy, and that plays to Evenepoel's strengths, and he showed yesterday he was stronger. He was the kind of motivator. He was the power behind the group, but everybody else wasn't prepared to ride. And when you get third place last year, Lipovic kind of missing turns, and you don't want to do it as well. So yeah, they didn't do their best. They didn't collaborate the best. They didn't play to their strengths, and if that continues, then they could miss out in that third place, because by the looks of things, UAE Team Emirates were thinking about Del Toro come the end. He was starting to roll through, and he sprinted for the bonuses. Okay, he was a little bit disappointed. He went too hard when he eventually went on the Tourmalet and wasn't able to stay. I think that was the plan. The two of them, as we said it yesterday, the two of them to go over the top and ride to the finish. Well, it's difficult to plan that and deliver it, and Del Toro just went a little bit too deep at one point. He went kind of backwards. He tried to stay with Jonas, wasn't able to do that, and eventually he stayed with he recovered within about a kilometre, and he stayed with Lipovic when he caught him. So yeah, it's they're going on trying to get two riders on the podium by the looks of things with Pogacar and Del Toro. But I think the way that Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rode yesterday was just like two separate riders riding their own race.
And these moments are absolutely key. I mean, we sort of think it was a 3-week race, but actually you can divide it up into about 5 different stages where they need to be absolutely pitch perfect. And then there is of course the time trial where Remco Evenepoel will come into his own and hopefully try and put a bit of time into the other ones as far as the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad are concerned. Situation, just to sort of remind you and refresh you, is that Remco Evenepoel sits 4th overall. He's 3 seconds behind Isaac Del Toro, who's in 3rd place on the podium. And he's 48 seconds behind Jonas Vingegaard, and a full 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes 30 seconds behind Tadej Pogacar. That's the better of the Red Bull riders. And Florian Lipovic, last year's podium finisher, just over half a minute down on the podium at the moment, and 1:08 down on Jonas Vingegaard, who looks secure in that 2nd place at the moment. And indeed, there are 3 riders within a minute of Jonas Vingegaard, and fully 5 riders within a minute of Isaac Del Toro's 3rd place. So the battle for the podium positions, well, that's set to rage, and an awful lot of the jeopardy and the intrigue and the drama will be centred around how those riders go for glory. Couple of Danes catching up for a chat. Mads Pedersen, leader of the points classification. How invested will he be in the intermediate sprint, which comes about 25k from the line? Jonas Vingegaard is wearing that polka dot jersey, grudgingly, I suspect. It's actually the 4th stage that ever that Jonas Vingegaard has worn Tadej Pogacar's polka dot jersey for him, which is exactly the same amount of stages that Tadej Pogacar has ever worn the polka dot jersey himself, despite the fact that he's led that classification for a total of 28 stages. But generally speaking, he's in the yellow jersey when he's leading the mountains.
Yes, you know, the big points yesterday in the Tourmalet and also at the finishing line, he's not obviously targeting that as well, but you know, to have Del Toro in the white jersey as well, everything seemed to be, you know, almost perfect for them. He's saying goodbye. He did have a mate with him there, but you know, it just goes to show you that these riders are just bowling along at the moment, and a couple of amateur riders could stay with them for a few minutes, and that's it. So yeah, it was almost kind of perfect for UAE Team Emirates XRG, and you know, they delivered you know, one of possibly their best performances yesterday.
No cramps here. Tom Pidcock at the banana in. Van Haley as well had a little look at an attack yesterday, but then went back in his box, lost a bit of time. And these are days for some riders that we've seen very prominently in tours past to take it easy. It's been a quiet Tour de France so far for Mathieu van der Poel. One wonders what his role is going to be later on. Significant, I would have thought, in supporting the stage winning ambitions of Jasper Philipsen. Meanwhile, Tim Merlier getting a bit of attention. Yeah, I mean, we go back to the Bert van Lerberghe thing, because I got the impression Tom Steels was he was so relaxed in the way that he delivers it, but he did say that these guys do have a special relationship, don't they, Tim Merlier and Bert van Lerberghe, and all of that work in bringing Tim Merlier through to the last kilometre is as important as the final lead out itself.
Yeah, 100%. I've worked a little bit with Mark Renshaw and Bernie Eisel when they were looking after Mark Cavendish, and you know, they just know their job, but it's a trust thing as well, because sometimes if you get yourself a little bit out of position, because it's very difficult to keep in position, and it's having trust in your teammates, and in Merlier's case it is Van Lerberghe that can bring him to, in the last kilometre, to the right place, and then allow Tim Mellor to do his thing. Is that trusting? Because sometimes you kind of panic a little bit as well as a sprinter if you're out of position, but you know you've got someone there that's going to put you there at the right time.
A little bit of downhill, in case you're wondering. The intensity hasn't gone up. The speed certainly has. There's still a couple of kilometres where it's more down than up.
Give some more guys. Give them 2 minutes or something. That the cars can come in between and that they are motivated to continue. Because that's where we're going to catch them, and then you never know what's going to happen.
Got to feed them a bit more time. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it happens all the time that the riders at Van Bouwerts there with the Sylvain Dailly, they just, their job, they know what they can do, they know what numbers they can push out, and they just sit there. You know, it's like winding them up, and then there you go. They don't know how to kind of slow down and allow them to get the gap. It's what Tom Steels is trying to do is he's trying to take that kind of nervousness out of the chase, allow it to get out to 2 minutes.
Still about 3.5 hours of racing remaining for Baptiste Verstroffer, his first venturing forth in a long-range breakaway, his second in 3 days. This time he's been joined for a little bit of fun with Jakub Ostruba, Czech pro, a strong time trialist. Indeed, he won the individual time trial championship of the Czech Republic a couple of years ago, and third in that one was Matthias Vacek, who we've seen how strong he can be. So Ostruba himself is a rider to conjure with on a flat road. I think he's going to be a great ally and of great assistance to Baptiste Verstroffer, and indeed a source of great delight, I think, to the rest of the peloton. Jasper Philipsen will be entirely satisfied right now, the most recent winner into Bordeaux. Sort of vintage Willie on Cork at the end of today's 175-kilometre thrash.
175 kilometres seems a decent amount of kilometres. And what Total Energies were trying to say to the riders, well, they're not riding so fast in front. And the thing is, if they're at 55 Ks, that kind of nervousness, and because if we click down another maybe 20 or 30 Ks and it's still roughly about the same, 130, 120 kilometres from the finish seems a little bit more doable than 175. So
a 2.5 hour breakaway.
Yeah. So maybe others might think, well, I don't mind doing maybe 120 Ks. Of flat out racing. Maybe we can send a few riders over to them and they can race in towards the finish, but 175 probably not in a sprint stage like today. And I think that's what Tom Steels is trying to say, like, just allow them to gain about 2 minutes. It just takes off that little bit kind of nervousness, because potentially they can get that kind of counter-attack going. And I'm pretty sure that maybe there's a couple of other teams that's maybe thinking about it. But yeah, just let it establish itself. Let the team cars get up to service the Lotto Intermarché rider and Cal Royale rider, and let it establish itself for the day.
So randy stadiums around here, aren't there? Very far from a bull ring in this part of France. We've repurposed that one as a wall of death in time to come. Or a velodrome. Kalshot velodrome. Through the towns and villages, opportunity for a little bit of stimulation and take it to the crowd, they say.
It's interesting to put barriers up in this town. Normally you don't get that, just if there's no particular sprint or anything like that.
Looks like they've got an old velodrome on the outside of that one as well. How many 450, 500-meter velodromes were there once upon a time? Now, these days, tend to need to be a little bit steeper, a little bit shorter, a little bit more expensive to build. And we remember here, Luis Ocana. Peloton, not too far before they're through the barriers in pursuit of the two-rider breakaway. They haven't quite managed to feed the rope out and give them the 2 to 3 minutes that was required, or indeed requested by Tom Stales on the radio from the Soudal Quick-Step team car. There's down the back of the Peloton. Is that a banana skin or a gel wrapper that's peeking out of the back pocket of Ben Healy, who has had a relatively quiet Tour de France by his standards so far, but he's trying to create his opportunities. He did attack yesterday, didn't quite work out, and he attacked a couple of days before that as well, and that one didn't pay off. So don't be surprised if we see Ben Healy staying as quiet as he can and then gunning for glory in days to come. Florian Lipovitz was also caught up with. You can imagine he was a pretty popular man at the start today. We managed to get a quick reaction from him to this little bit of controversy around the himself and Remco Evenepoel and their tactics. Remco has talked to journalists after yesterday's stage and complained about missing support. Did you talk about it?
Florian hat mir nicht genug geholfen im Finale. Wie sehen Sie das heute? Haben Sie sich ausgesprochen?
Yeah, we've talked already in the bus yesterday and solved everything. In the end, it was a super hard day, and we can be happy with the performance. I think the atmosphere is still good, and everyone is happy about a quieter day today. I wouldn't put too much into it. Two leaders, can that work at all? Yes, definitely. We're still at the beginning of the Tour de France. The Alps, for example, are still to come, and yes, it can work. You have to get through it without a crash or getting sick. We should take the pressure off the riders, and I'm happy with the situation.
Ja, den Druck von den Fahrern nehmen, und ich bin ganz happy mit der Situation.
Happy with the situation. They said they thrashed it all out in the bus afterwards. The atmosphere is still good.
Yeah, that's what they normally do. It's still, you know, I think Evenepoel will still think about it, and you know, when it comes, you know, there's another GC battle that, you know, might have to do things, you know, for himself. So it seems as if, yeah, for us anyway, you know, they seem to have sorted it out, but internally I still don't think that, you know, the two of them will be completely happy. I think the happiest would be Lipovitz, because he seems to be just kind of doing his thing and not willing to contribute and help Evenepoel. So, you know, he's just kind of nonchalant and just getting on with, you know, trying to finish in the podium, which he did last year in the Tour de France.
Yeah, but am I right in thinking that you believe that there was a mutual benefit in the two of them, you know, in Lipovitz? You know, that it would have made sense for Lipovitz had he sort of cooperated in the fashion that Remco Evenepoel believes he should have done yesterday.
Well, I don't know how good his English is, because he's doing the interviews in German, and I think I saw someone said, yeah, it was kind of lost in communication, but you don't have to be good at communicating. It's opening your eyes. It's realising that, oh, Remco's just behind. You know, 12 seconds or 16 seconds on a climb, you can turn around and see, you know, who's riding. At one point, the two of them are riding, and I just thought that was what they're trying to achieve here. Surely, both riders have to have some sort of acumen when it comes to, you know, tactical awareness. You know, they're at the top end of our sport. They're riding the Tour de France. They didn't get there just by not understanding what happens in tactics and teams and things like that. So surely they would understand what was happening. So I just think that he's just doing his own thing, and you know, I think the comments from Evenepoel afterwards was that he rode for him in Vuelta a Catalunya, and when he turned around yesterday and asked for a lead out, apparently he said no. so wasn't willing to do it. So I don't know what language they were talking about, and I don't know where the kind of lack of communication was, but yeah, it's. I think Remco knows that if he wants to finish on the podium, he might have to do it himself.
It's a remarkably difficult thing, isn't it? I mean, you're managing egos, you're managing riders' ambitions. I mean, everybody wants to be, win the Tour de France when they start off as a bike rider, and then when you're that close to the top of the tree, you're also being paid a huge amount of money, and you're being given that leadership status. I mean, there's an element of ego potentially can take over, and that wouldn't be particularly surprising. We've seen it countless times in the history of the sport. Go back to Le Mans versus Eno, where just couldn't give up on that, that status as being the team leader, and they started attacking each other, and that's one of the most fabled stories in the history of Tour de France. Plenty of examples in recent times as well. I mean, was Chris Froome attacking Bradley Wiggins in the Tour, or was he supporting him in his own unique and special way? And what we're seeing, I suppose, with other teams, I mean, the UAE Team Emirates, exceptional so far. I mean, obviously it helps that Tadej Pogačar appears to be just that little bit cut above the rest of them, but we've seen a little bit of tension with the likes of Juan Ayuso. He's now gone off to pastures new, and but with Isaac Del Toro there appears to be a fabulous relationship, and the team management, I suppose, need to take some of the credit for the fact that there seems to be a good atmosphere, and there's so many talented riders in UAE, and yet they're managing to keep them more or less happy and friendly with each other.
Yeah, it happens in a lot of sport teams, and you've just given some examples in cycling. We've got loads of examples in cycling. It's just managing those, and that's what you have to do. We hear it in football, where the manager has lost the dressing room, and the same can happen in a team. You can lose the riders that. Yeah, you've got to remember that they are getting paid a lot of money to do a job, and they'll probably not know until after the stage yesterday if Remco is asking Lipovic to lead him out. They wouldn't have communicated that through the radio, so they'd have found out that yesterday, and then they try and have to kind of sort this out. But yeah, it's a case where, why didn't he? Because he would have. Why was he not prepared to help Remco yesterday? That's the thing. He felt as if maybe Remco should have maybe led him out. I don't know the situation. They were in the moment, and there was a kind of lack of communication and a lack of teamwork. And the sports directors, or whoever the head of performance, has to really sort that out for the better of the team, and for the better of Lipovic and Evenepoel trying to get on that podium, because we heard from our experts at the start that 1-2 is already decided. I don't think it is. I think number 1 is decided, but I still think, and they lost a bit of opportunity there. It could have been same time as Vingegaard, but I just think they lost that at 30 seconds. I don't think Vingegaard was a solid second place.
Yeah, I mean, it was an epic ride, very impressive ride indeed from Jonas Vingegaard. Spent so much of the time of the stage following the attack from Tadej Pogačar with over 40 kilometres to go. He too was solo at front, managing to fend off a group which wasn't necessarily cooperating or gelling just as it might have done, but nevertheless there were multiple riders chasing behind, and they didn't get on terms with the Danish rider. Continued frustration. That glass ceiling is only between himself and one other rider on planet Earth. Tadej Pogačar just has the hex over him by the narrowest but the most significant of margins, and it's Jonas Vingegaard that has command as it currently stands of second place overall. But will they be able to combine and figure out a way to challenge him? Looking at the other riders in the top 10, well, there's a couple of notable performances we can discuss as the day goes on. Juan Ayuso currently 5th overall. Paul Sexas, I think, covered himself in glory yesterday, 5th. He's 6th overall. Lenny Martinez, I think that was a cracking ride yesterday actually from Lenny Martinez of Team Bahrain Victorious. Good solid work done by Matthias Schjelmosa as well on behalf of Ayuso. And many others with a story to tell. Sean Quinn dropping down, general classification, Torsten Trajan dropping down, and then out of the bike race. Frustration for the Uno X squad.
Do you know what will be interesting, Declan? How Martinez rides the rest of the tour, because to get himself in that King of the Mountains jersey, he's going to have to get himself up the road and then brakes in some days. Because like you say, that was quite impressive what he did yesterday, and he may decide to go for potentially like in a top 6 place in the general classification. He looked capable of that yesterday, maybe a little bit better, who knows, but it'll be interesting to see how they decide, because it looked as if Valentin Paripantra and Lenny Martinez are you know, focused in the King of the Mountains.
Yeah, he's caught between two stools there a little bit in terms of his thinking. Do you go for GC and have to forget about the mountains competition, or do you take a completely different tack? That man we saw off his bike there a moment ago, Damiano Caruso, of course, will have an important role to play. He's the oldest rider in the bike race, 38 years of age, heading towards retirement at the end of the year. A man who's run top 10 in general classification in the past himself. And he'll be back in the main peloton. No stress here. They have managed to give a little bit more time out to our two breakaway riders. Jakob Utruba riding up to join up with Baptiste Westrhofer, the French debutant with the Lotto Intermarché squad, up the road for the third day in succession. Westrhofer, of course, 2 days ago on the road to Pau. And then yesterday we saw Huub Aerts, about which so much conversation. In the end that petered out. It was Storm and a beat on that one, wasn't it? We thought he was out of the race. We thought he was disqualified, and then there was absolutely no mention of it whatsoever on the communique at the end of the day. No censure, no written censure. Certainly no written censure for Baptiste Westrhofer. He's feeling pretty good about things, I would have thought. He's gone north again, out in a breakaway for the second day out of 3.
Baptiste,
there's a great goal for today. We've seen Huub Aerts finishing 4th in Pau. Is there a real goal for Team Intermarché Lotto? That's for sure. 4th on the stage of the Tour, especially in its first Tour de France. It was a great performance. We were all satisfied, especially after Arnaud's abandonment. What does it mean to you to support him as far as you can, or can you try before? He's not the type of guy who needs a lead-out train. He needs to follow someone's wheel. So the goal will be to position him in the last 3 to 4 kilometers, even in the last 2 kilometers, and then he knows how to take the right wheels. Will you do it again? I mean, if you want to go on the breakaway, how do you tell the other riders in the peloton to go with you? What are the codes? Playing elbows, like what are we doing tomorrow? Sending some messages. Well, there's nobody. I hope there will be a breakaway today, because we're on the Tour and we must show some respect to the race. I hope there'll be a few people. Did you sleep a bit, or did you watch the French football game last night? I watched the first half, but then it was late. Unfortunately, nothing much happened. Then during the night when I woke up to go to the bathroom, I checked my phone, then I slept well. Yeah, 2-0 win for France. They're into the semi-finals. All going well so far. Still looking for that first stage success of Tour de France, though. Will it come today from Baptiste Westrhofer? He's out in the breakaway. He's honouring the race. And interesting comments, actually, about Huub Aerts. As he mentioned, he was 4th a couple of days ago. Lost Arnaud Delis. That was a huge disappointment. Arnaud's second Grand Tour in succession, that he's started the race ill and had to give up that unequal struggle after a couple of days. But somewhat surprisingly, rather than, well, from my point of view at any rate, rather than pivoting to Bergmus, they went for Huub Aerts. Well, both of them went sprinting a couple of days ago, and Huub Aerts came up with a great 4th place. And it sounds as if, as far as Baptiste Westrhofer is concerned, that's what they're going to do again.
Yeah, I think losing Delis, then you look at what the plan is, and until I think Huub Aerts got that 4th place, that fine 4th place, I think you show that, right, I got 4th here. Maybe it was I'm not going to say luck, but maybe better positioning, and got himself in the right place, and maybe Bergmus didn't. The two of them are decent enough sprinters, but when you get that kind of 4th place, it's right. I want the I want the help and support now.
Yeah, Hubart's only victory as a professional racing star. Give them a wave and grab a bag.
Yeah, it looks, with the bucket hat on and the glasses, it looks as if he's on holiday in the Tour de France. Wiesdorfer.
Yeah.
It's quite a cool look. I'm not into bucket hats myself, but it's quite cool.
You're not a festival guy.
Looking.
I can.
Yeah, I'm not that sort of person. But yeah, he seems to be enjoying himself, which is the major part, and getting himself in the breakaway yet again. But looking on that riding position, riders have been disqualified for that in the past. You don't get warnings. That's a new thing, and like you said, there was nothing. I was expecting to see something, but you cannot. There's no something else. You cannot get a fine or anything, and that's why we saw nothing in the communique, because
had they listed a warning, it should have been a disqualification.
There was no. I think we discussed it yesterday. It's black and white. If he's deemed to be riding in a non-compliant position, then it's a disqualification straight away. It's a DQ. It's happened in other races. So that was, again...
So actually, they gave him a little bit of a quiet one, and he made more of a fuss about it than he ought to have done, because he did make quite the fuss. Went to two different cars, chatted to his breakaway companions, and then dropped out of the break in high dudgeon. It was a remarkable response. His flying, though, a great fourth place finish a couple of days ago. Is he going to be the one to sprint for Lotto Intermarché? The gap's still staying pretty tight. The Lotto Intermarché squad, as I said, they've got Jenno Bergmos. The only professional bike race that Hubarts has won is the individual time trial championship of the Netherlands. So that's and that within the last month. So he's got a great old engine. Having said that, Jenno Bergmos he's won a few decent stages. He won a stage of the Baloise Belgium Tour last year, in June of 2025. So he's and indeed has a top 10 finish from Tour de France 20 last year, and was 11th across the line a couple of days ago, so he wasn't that far away from the big names. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what opportunities they give both of those riders, or whether they go absolutely all in for Hubarts. That's just one of the unfolding conversations around the Lotto Intermarché squad, for whom a stage victory would be absolutely massive. And it also would be interesting to see what happens with the Jayco Lula squad. We're hearing that Steve Cummings in the car chatting to Yenzi. He said that they're going to sprint for Pascal Ackermann today, but they haven't got a big lead out organised. I mean, you wonder, would it likely to be for Michael Matthews or Pascal Ackermann? Ackermann makes most sense there.
Yeah, that's the difficulty you've got. I think looking at certain teams, you've got UAE Team Emirates all here for Pogacar, Visma all here for Vingegaard, Red Bull. Well, I don't know who they're all here for, whether it's Lipovic or Remco Evenepoel. And that's the case, and then we kind of slip down a little bit to Lido Trek, who are going in two sides. They're going for the green jersey, and they're going for GC as well. So, we've got teams that are here with a sprinter. We've got, like Jayco Lula, they've got a sprinter Ackermann, they've got Michael Matthews, a bit of a kind of puncher for some of the stages, and they did have a kind of GC contender, but he has just not kind of performed. That's Ben O'Connor. So they've got a kind of mixed bag of potential kind of stage hunters. But yeah, it's the the managers that decide who comes. It's always very difficult when you're trying to select 8 riders only from 28 or 30 riders that you've got in your roster. Everybody wants to ride the Tour de France, but you come here with a go and you work out who's going to come, and that's the reason why Olaf Koy's here for the first time, because he didn't have a look in it, a Visma Lease bike. Of course he rode other Grand Tours, but never the Tour de France. And I know it's a big loss for Visma, but when you've got ambitions of riding the Tour de France, that's why he swapped over to decathlon.
Yeah, paid dividends, didn't it? And yeah, already a win on his debut. Speaking of decathlon, there's talk indeed that Ben O'Connor could be heading out of Jayco Lulan back to decathlon, the team that he was with. See whether that's transpired. Lots of contract conversation, but nothing to be decided for a while. Working our way by degrees, and by lots of degrees of temperature indeed, down towards Bordeaux today, 175 and a bit kilometres from towards one of the most popular Tour de France destinations of all. Only Paris indeed has played host to more stages of Tour de France. By contrast, Agen-Mao, from which we launched earlier on today, is Tour de France debutant city, certainly as a start-or-finish location, although they did race through it a few years ago. And the peloton in one long string, not under too much pressure. And for all Tom Steele's saying that they should let it out to 2-3 minutes, they just haven't done that. I mean, it's kind of remarkable.
Yeah, they're not riding really hard at the front. I think Soudal had Vervaeke doing a little bit. They then had Van Baarle. And then Einkorn, I noted, was the last person. So they're using kind of multiple riders. Whether Van Baarle stopped for a natural break, I don't know. Another team member will take up the rein at the front, but there's no real need to, because they're only sitting just over a minute in front. So there's a big game being played by Veerstraffer. He's in total control of this. They're just not riding super hard, although the average speed so far is 43.7 kilometres an hour, Declan. So they're rolling on. The wind is helping them a little bit. The sheltered here, it's a kind of cross kind of tailwind through this kind of forested area, which goes on for miles and miles and miles. But at the end of the day, they're just sitting there, and they're just creeping closer to Bordeaux, and then at one point they're just going to go open up and just try. But I think that has to be their tactic, because there's nothing else apart from just kind of sitting out there.
What a terrific image that is, isn't it? The only thing you can see the wood for the trees, but you can't see the spire through the trees. Just to interrupt the flow along the day, that we've got a sprint with 55 kilometres of the day remaining, so a little bit further out than I was thinking, actually. I may have suggested earlier on. 55 kilometres from the end, 54.9 to be precise, is our intermediate sprint at Landiera. And then we've got a single classified climb, the Côte de Béguet. It was kind of familiar actually on this route. It's the same run-in. It's a category 4 climb. Oh, the bells are going again. They've rushed up into the belfry for a little bit of impromptu ad hoc campanology. 1.2 kilometres at 4.4%. That starts with 39 kilometres remaining, so it's far enough out that it ought not be of any great consequence or difficulty for the riders. Just one, at least just 1 point available at that intermediate sprint, and the leader of the mountains classification is, of course, the overall race leader, who isn't even targeting that competition.
We just heard the bells ringing there. Do you know, I'll give you this fact, Declan. Do you know that every Tour de France stage, wherever we go, the bell sound is exactly the same? Give you that fact, exactly the same. Whether they're manufactured the same bell and the same ringer or whatever it is exactly the same.
Well, that's a mystery. We've got to get to the bottom of that one. I think there's a bit of work that's going to have to go into that one. Yeah. This is whoever's doing the Foley work here. We'll find out. Got down inside a minute again. Tipping along. Sylvain Dillier just saying to the two riders, without actually saying it out loud, but saying, you've got to step on it, guys. Meanwhile, our two riders up front, no, they don't want to do that. They want to just save as much energy as possible. Meanwhile, back in the peloton, the sprint teams don't want to allow these riders to save anything. for the final hour of racing. Meanwhile, cruising along in the wheels, and going for a bit of a catch-up, a couple of ex-teammates. They seem to be better friends now than they were when they were teammates.
Yeah, I don't think there's any kind of beef between them. It's just the fact that you get riders on teams, and we discussed that a little bit earlier, that they've got ambitions, and they want their own ambitions, and they don't. You know, that's why Ayuso swapped teams as well. He didn't want to be that kind of support rider. He wanted to do, you know, his racing, and you know, it's difficult to manage. I think one of the teams that used to kind of manage it almost perfectly was Quick Step team. The way Patrick Lefevre used to take all these stars on board, and you know, all kind of manufacture wins and keep them all happy.
Down the back of the peloton, everyone seems happy at the moment. So that's Mathis Louvel, who's just back to do a bit of work. 26-year-old French rider, the NSN cycling team. They've got work to do today, haven't they? Biniam Girmay gunning for glory. He was third 3 years ago, and the last time they raced into Bordeaux. Third behind Jasper Philipsen and Mark Cavendish on that occasion. Louvel looks like he's looking for a gear on the bike. We got up with Lucy Martin, the Jayco Alula Communications Director, known to us here as a former commentator. And she's had an interesting moment in her life.
What up? Tell in the radio, and we give it to Derek.
Well, we'll have that report coming up very shortly, but clearly everyone wants ice.
All good. Water possible.
Yeah, water, ice, send supplies. Juan Ayuso in the body of the main peloton. Yeah, now I think we do actually have that report. Fascinating time in Lucy Martin's life. Let's find out how she manages life with her new daughter. Well, for Team Jayco Alula, Lucy Martin's story keeps inspiring. After welcoming her baby last year, the former pro turned communications director returned to the relentless rhythm of World Tour racing, travel, media pressure, daily logistics,
August,
and handled it with trademark
my daughter
calm.
Ivy into the world, and yeah, my husband, as you said, Savi, he's a mechanic on the team, so it's quite different to have two parents working for the same team, and obviously we've had to adjust our lives a lot. And actually that was, yeah, for me, something really important, because as the communications director, I travel a lot. I always go to the Tour de France, all the major races, and having a baby means, at the start at least, not being able to travel. So I wasn't really sure how we'd manage, also if the team would really want that, or how I'd be able to adapt my role. But Brent Copeland has just been so supportive from the moment I told him I was pregnant.
And she was inspired by Elizabeth Deignan, who stepped away to become a mother, then returned to the peloton stronger than ever, winning monuments like Liège-Bastogne-Liège and conquering Paris-Roubaix. Deignan doesn't just inspire, she leads by example.
Lizzie was such a role model for so many people, myself included. Of course, now I'm not a cyclist, but the fact that she could have a child and return to racing is just incredible. So yeah, hers is an inspirational story. Mine's a little bit different. I'm not a cyclist, of course. I'm just working as the communications director, managing the marketing. But I just hope now, other younger girls, let's say, can think, I want to work in the World Tour peloton, and it is possible. We've seen Lucy, and I hope so many more people, be able to have a child and not have to leave the sport. Because, yeah, for me it was a bit sad knowing there's a lot of soigneurs that don't necessarily leave the sport, but they go away for 2, 3, 4 years until they can, organise themselves to travel a lot. So yeah, I think it's really important, and especially just because there's so many more women involved in cycling now. Or only 10 years ago, or less than 10 years ago, there was not many, and now in various roles, every single team, they've got female staff members, so it's something that's changing, and I really believe cycling is so modern.
It's a genuinely inspiring story of a sport that is evolving and changing. The world is changing, and that's, I have to say, a terrific story. Elisabeth Chabé, of course, the Swiss cyclist, recently announced that she's pregnant. She'll be stepping away from the peloton, supported by her team, and she'll be back in, and as Lucy has outlined there. Because this sport can be hard, can be a hard life, and I mean, it has been known to play havoc with people's home life, so it's great that you're going to be able to integrate your family, and I mean, it's inspiring as well that you could have a partner who's on the same team, and yeah, with complicated travel schedules, it's always difficult management.
Well, the thing is, as you know, I've been involved with teams in the past, building them. You know, way back it was just dominated by males, and of course, more and more females start to come in. Swan years. There's a couple of mechanics, but you know, there's more Swan years and communications and things like that. And actually, I know Lucy pretty well. I actually helped Lucy get into Garmin Cervelo a way back. I think it was 2011. So yeah, she does a very good job. Obviously, she's settled in Spain, living out there, and I've kind of set up my own podcast this year, the Wordsmith podcast, and about 3 or 4 weeks ago I got to talk to Eleanor Backstead, who again riding for Renault X. It's just had her second child, and I'll be back racing I think in a few weeks' time. So it was interesting talking to her about the pressures, and again the Lizzie Deignan comes up, you know, the inspiration about doing this, and you know, you cover quite a few women's races. It seems to be happening a lot more now that you know, women are having children, you know, in their racing career. Before that didn't really kind of happen. It was like until they finished their career, but it seems to be okay. I know Brent as well, Brent Copeland, pretty well, and you know, it's nice to see that they've got the support. But yeah, times have changed. I can remember when Peter Cavendish came to the Tour in 2015, and she wasn't allowed to go anywhere near the Quick Step team. Wasn't allowed anywhere near it in the paddock or anything.
As recently as 2015.
Yeah, and I invited them on because she was there with baby in tow and things like that, and I invited Peter and her family onto our bus, the MTN Quebec bus, because it was really, really hot, and she was just standing there. So yeah, times have changed a lot.
They needed to, and that's for the better. Still just a smidgen over a minute advantage. We're cruising towards Bordeaux. It's been all bullrings to this point, so who's going to manage to forge a successful sprint lead out today, and what's a complicated looking finale. The old ironwork site, the Saint-Jean Church, I believe that is, constructed, well, they've had loads of different churches there from the 12th century onwards through the 19th century. I think that one is the 19th century upgrade. La Forge you saw, by the way, that one dates to the 19th century, founded in 1830. Of course, the Industrial Revolution came here thanks to the railway. Well, Isaac back in white, he's the leader of the Young Rider competition. Has that advantage, narrow advantage indeed, over Paul Sexas, Juan Ayuso, all handily placed, not much between them. Lenny Martinez, as you mentioned, with a decision to make as he target GC. Lenny Martinez of the Bahrain Victoria squad, as we see Isaac Del Toro, and Tadej Pogacar just saying, don't beat yourself up too much. You can do a slightly different attack and it might well pay dividends, and they'll tune the engine, tune that that system a little bit ahead of the next summit finish and the next the big mountains appointment. Any up for a chat? I think we can just hear John Mould chatting there, but we'll be hearing from John in about 20 odd kilometres, a little bit less than that. Jonathan Harris-Bass will be along as well. Stefan Brian Smith making plans for a baguette and maybe a coffee. Total Energy squad.
Yeah, they seem to be together.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see, you know, we just saw Kees Bol and Biniam Girmay having a chat. It's still very early in the race. Normally, it's into kind of second, third week that you start to see, you know, a lot of riders either making new friends or catching up with, you know, riders from kind of other teams and things like that. So, yeah, but you can see that some teams stick together. But, you know, others are kind of catching up, whether they've been in teams in the past.
It's the Alpecin Premier Tech squad with the assistance of riders from the Soudal Quick Step team that are doing all the pacemaking on the front of Stage 7 of the Tour de France. Pascal Encorn is the latest Dutch ruler that has arrived at the front to assist Sylvain Dillier. They're kind of slightly different tactics between those two teams. It's Dillier doing all the donkey work for the Alpecin Premier Tech team, whereas Soudal Quick Step squad are changing their riders on a relatively regular basis. Very early on it was Louis Vervaeke, but they quickly changed. And Vervaeke, he does do that role, but this is something again to be mindful of, is the way that riders will be asked to do different roles on different days. They'll be given a bit of a day off on one day, and it's something that happens in the mountains as well. The order of the mountain domestiques and when they're deployed will be revised and changed, especially when we have multiple mountain stages in a row.
Yes, it's always important. I used to have a plan for pretty much every day, and make sure that you know, it's crystal clear that in the meeting everybody knew what exactly to do. And you know, it's very important, if you're not going for the general classification and just kind of targeting stages, that you give some riders, you know, the kind of day off. You still have to ride the stage, of course, but you know, it's they just have to, you know, kind of focus, stay safe and stay out of trouble. Then there's kind of the water carriers, the riders that come back for Bedians, and then there'll be the riders targeting whether the breakaway or whatever. But you have to have a kind of crystal clear plan for every stage. And for most, the GC guys is pretty simple. For the kind of stage hunters, it's a little bit more complex.
And there's a couple of stage hunters out in front at the moment, Truba and Westerhofer, giving us entertainment, honouring the race, as he said. And the Caharal squad, all but Fernando Gaviria of their lineup are Tour de France debutants. They're the team with the most amount of debutants in the race, comfortably. And it's only Fernando Gaviria, two-time Tour de France stage winner, who's experienced the pressure of this one. 17th across the line 2 days ago in the first bunch sprint opportunity. So Gaviria with a little bit of work to do, as if he's to make it into the top 10 or maybe even towards the top step. Once upon a time he really was one of the, if not the dominant force in sprinting. Left to the Quick Step squad, and it really hasn't worked out for him since then. A couple of years most recently on the Movistar team.
Well, I can remember when he came to Quick Step with Mark Cavendish, and Mark Cavendish was talking big things. Of course, he did win quite a lot, and I remember some dominant performances in the Giro d'Italia as well. So, but over the last few years, he just really hasn't lived up to what he's done in the past. Talking about the Giro d'Italia Stefano Oldani, stage winner in the Giro, is also in that team. So they've got a few good experienced riders.
Yeah, 52 victories in his career, but his last win, as you point out, was a little while ago now. Stage win in Tour of Colombia, right at the beginning of 2024. So that's a drought. That's about 2.5 years long at this point for Fernando Gaviria. 7 Grand Tour victories in his career and 2 victories at the Tour de France, albeit they both came back in 2018. So an 8-year drought in the Tour de France for Gaviria, though there have been green shoots there. He has looked, certainly earlier on in the season, looked quite sharp, came up with a string of decent top 10 performances in sprints. Don't be surprised if he's in the top 10 today, albeit rattling the rafters and coming up with a victory, getting the hands in the air. That would come as a bit of a shock and a very welcome surprise. Through Broca.
Told you, Declan.
It's the same bell.
No, it's
a different bell. It's just
it's a different bell. It's the same sound. The bell manufacturers in France are absolutely amazing.
Well, I think that it's probably from the Broca Ironworks site, which we may well see any second now, actually.
To make identical bells, that's a craft in itself.
Well, indeed. Pitch perfect. Well, it's been an interesting couple of days for the Uno-X mobility squad. I wonder what they have planned here for Søren Werenskjold. He knows the finish.
Søren Werenskjold, I think I can speak on behalf of the whole cycling family that we were very gutted to see Thorstein leaving the race. Tell us about the ambience in the team yesterday at the hotel.
I was, for sure, not the best atmosphere, but I think Thorstein is a guy who can handle it well, and we try to take it with some humor and put him in the wheelchair and take him to the holy water, but it didn't help. So unfortunately he didn't manage to start today, but we will try to do our best for him today, and hopefully we can get some good results.
Today a big possibility for you. What did you take out from the first sprint in Pau going into Bordeaux today?
No, I think it's a bit different, but I've done the sprint before, and I know it's quite narrow in some points, so you can get a bit squeezed because everyone is going really wide out to the barriers, and then suddenly you have 2-3 meters more narrow road. So so I think just try to surf and be in a good position and get the right timing.
You just said just try to search. Do you prefer, as a sprinter, a lead out or to surf around and jump into other trains?
In this sprint I prefer to surf, so that's the plan today, and just try. Then you're a bit more flexible on your movements, and you can jump a little bit from left to right. So sometimes it's easier to get flushed if you have a couple of teammates in front of you.
Søren Werenskjold, go surfing and good luck.
Thank you.
It's good weather for surfing, isn't it? Søren Werenskjold, 10th across the line 2 days ago in Pau, the Norwegian rider with the Uno-X squad. A couple of great stage wins and the overall in Deutschland Tour. He's definitely bubbling under, and a really, really big win in prospect for that man. And interesting comments as well about his teammate Torsten Train. It was huge disappointment for him from the highs of securing that yellow jersey a couple of days previously to yesterday's capitulation on the slopes of the Tourmalet, and then ultimately such a nasty crash, wasn't it? Just a moment's inattention, went in a little bit too hot, clipped the wheel of a teammate and ended up on the ground, and cracked multiple ribs. Also sustained a concussion, and the images that we saw afterwards of his shoulder and various abrasions that he sustained, it was a remarkable thing that he actually rode to the finish at all. It was an amazing piece of fortitude displayed. He did pass, as I say, the initial concussion checks, but they did have some interesting data from his helmet afterwards that they were able to analyse, and Not so sure how much he actually recalls of that accident. Quinn Simmons, overall team leaders, the man in the Stars and Stripes, did a wonderful job of supporting Mads Pedersen to stage success 3 days ago. They've got a stage win. They've got a comfortable lead now in the battle for that green jersey. They've got Juan Ayuso in a battle too for general classification. All going okay for Lidl Trek. They'd like to try and put Mads Pedersen into a position to achieve something better than he managed in the first conventional sprint 2 days ago, where he was 7th across the line. How important is Quinn Simmons going to be in that? How much in the way of resources have they got to support Mads Pedersen in the sprint?
I think they have got personnel that they can help. Vatsek is strong enough to be there, but it's another one that's just get him there and kind of leave him. You know, you can surf. Surfing is it does have its pros and cons. Sometimes you maybe need at least one teammate to kind of help you a little bit instead of kind of moving up in the wind if you have to. But at the end of the day, everybody has their preference. Of course, kind of surfing as an individual, you can make your own decisions. I think the best person from history at doing that was Peter Sagan. He was world class at surfing and putting himself there, and not everybody can do it as well as Peter Sagan could do that. So
McEwen wasn't bad either, was he, Robbie? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few in the history that have been able to do that, and there is a bit of risk involved. You have to, you know, manoeuvre yourself through gaps and make very quick choices. Just watching Mohoric there and taking his knapsack. But yeah, there's different scenarios that people like. But you know, I think everybody would like a kind of micro train, a couple of riders kind of looking after you. But it's always very difficult. We see in sprints that when you've got 4 or 5 riders to manoeuvre and stay together.
Yeah, that's the correct list of the situation in the young rider competition. Juan Ayuso, member of that team that includes Mads Pedersen, and the aforementioned Lenny Martinez, whose general classification ambitions, well, he believes that he can be the top dog Frenchman, but Paul Sexas in command of that situation as things currently stand. Martinez is 8th overall, 4:21 down. Sexas starting the day in 6th place, 3:55 down. He'll try and keep as cool, calm and collected as possible all the way to the 5k zone and beyond. Actually, we saw a couple of days ago, didn't we, that there was a crash 5.2 kilometers from the finish line. It was a scary moment, banana skin moment, wasn't it, for Jonas Vingegaard. Quick thinking by his teammate Victor Campenaerts, because he needed to give his bike to Jonas Vingegaard, who'd been clipped from behind, knocked the rear derailleur out of whack. He didn't have access to the right gears, and quickly on Campenaerts' bike, wasn't too different, and he was able to just about latch onto the peloton without losing any time. So vigilance is so important, even on days that look like they're a little bit piano, a little bit promenade, a little bit, well, certainly, if not piano, certainly stress-free compared to other stages. Long straight road, but lots and lots of tree cover there, and that's going to be welcome, isn't it? Extra shade, it'll help keep the riders cool, also protects them from any crosswinds that might be whipping across. An opportunity for Remco. Go chatting to fellow countryman Jente Biermans of the Cofidis squad. They've got Milan Frittan to look after today. 8th across the line on 2 days ago in the first bunch sprint. So Frittan is an option today for the Cofidis squad. It would be absolutely massive for them were they to take the win.
Yeah, we do. I think he's the best bet there. Although Jente Biermans comes up with some nice sprints from time to time in races. I think it was Benjamin Thoma that hit the bushes on a roundabout in the run in towards the finish a couple of days ago. But yeah, it's got that feeling again, and you know, we know that, you know, just inside the 5 kilometre mark it gets rather tricky, and then it's narrow. It's pretty straightforward, but position is going to be key to that point.
It's hard at the finish line. Got to keep in the shade. That's what the riders are doing at the moment. According to Jens Voigt, last time we heard, it was approaching 30 degrees Celsius, and that felt entirely manageable. You can imagine how hot it has been for these riders over the last few days, and indeed everyone associated with the race. Particularly demanding, though, for these riders with their engines finally honed, but also the generating as much heat as they do as a result of their activity. Keep those muscles supple and well fueled, and keep the system as cool as possible through the day. Now, what's this all about?
Yeah. You saw Victor Campenaerts as well there. It's a little bit of a kind of laugh and a joke.
Bit of kidology.
Yeah, but you know, Abrahamsen also here. There's a little bit of kind of smiling about this, but let's not smile for the moment anyway. Just let's see. This is what I was trying to say. It's 120 kilometres or 110 kilometres sounds, you know, easier than 175. So yeah, because it's very tight at the frontier, this is why we're getting Abrahamsen try to go there. I saw Victor Campenaerts, but I remember a race, I don't know if it was the Tour or the Vuelta, that there was about 14 of the Belgians all attacked at once. They all had a wee chat and decided they were going to try and kind of animate the middle of the race. Dan Hula for Decathlon now coming across now. So yeah, there is a surprise element here, but unfortunately they've got almost the whole team of Alpecin and Soudal in there, and you know, they're not going to push this on. But it just goes to show you that there's a few riders kind of thinking about what we kind of talked about earlier on today.
Yeah, was that Philipsen who managed just to latch on there? Nobody's going to tow at them. A little bit of a panic here. Vestroffer and Otruba suddenly get news that their advantage is down to just a smidgen over 20 seconds. They can look around and see the peloton, and you can imagine how frightened they've suddenly become, because they will have expected that they will at least have gone to inside the final 40 kilometres. So it was Magnus Kort, the Danish champion, just towing a couple of teammates up towards the front with Holtz Abrahamsen, of course, breakaway specialist that he is. And that will have got their attention. It's all kidding and laughing and smiling right now. But if that one went on for any length of time, if the right personnel were in there, if the wrong personnel weren't in there, could we have seen something go for a little bit longer? As Sylvain Dillier is saying, what was that all about? So the gap starts to go back out again. Presumably they'll give them at least a full minute. If you're just joining on linear and conventional television, we've had a little bit of excitement during the break as Magnus Kort led a couple of teammates from the Uno X squad and various other riders into an attack which reduced the advantage of our two riders up front down to 20-odd seconds. Well, that was very quickly snuffed out at the Alpecin Premier Tech squad there in numbers. Soudal Quickstep as well, making sure that they were present, and that just breaking the torpor a little bit and just forcing the riders to regain a little bit of concentration. And now we're seeing riders just riding up towards the front. Mads Pedersen's probably got a little bit of, he's just going, what was that all about? Are they going to attack? Here we go.
Yeah, he just went to Abrahamsen. Come on, we'll have a crack here.
What's the thinking here? Mads Pedersen, of course, has designs on stage honours today, but also would have interest in that intermediate sprint with 54 kilometres to go.
Yeah, I think for Mads, this is, you know, if he gets in a small group here, and he almost kind of guarantees good points in the intermediate. Of course, it does kind of blunt him for the finish. But yeah, it's interesting now to see that some teams are really kind of thinking about it, because just over 100 kilometres, it's more plausible than 175. So yeah, they're thinking about it, and it stirred. I'm not saying it stirred the hornet's nest, but it stirred a little bit of interest now.
Yeah, everyone's saying, well, why not? Why not think about that? The gap remained within a minute. No doubt it'll come down more if they find someone else that fancies a little bit of an attack. But those two up front, I think, have reacted. They've realised the danger of this one. Is there going to be another move? Slightly surprised to see Mads Pedersen, but maybe he fancied switching on the engine a little bit as well. I mean, that's something that we discussed over the last few days, is the necessity to fire up the system and to remind the muscles and the lungs that they're going to be required to make a significant effort. Albeit with 107 kilometres to go, it's maybe a little bit too far from the line to be thinking about that. Astana squad have Max Canter to protect. Great second place finish for him 2 days ago into Pau. They've got really nicely coordinated lead out. Mike Tunnison and Davide Ballerini among the number of riders to support the German Max Canter in his bid for what would be a maiden Tour de France stage success, were he to take the victory. And the likes of Nicolia Vinokourov, Velasco, and perhaps more particularly Aaron Gates will be of great value. Control re-established, and we're still well over 50 kilometres to that intermediate sprint. Now, the Alpecin Premier Tech squad have representation at the front with Soudal Quick-Step, and they're also, I think, keeping riders watching like a hawk to see if anyone else fancies something similar. Company Ineos just scrolling to the front. I presume everyone's just suddenly got the reminder from their team bosses that they need to be close to the front. That in its own sense is going to create a little bit of extra tension.
Yeah, it was interesting that Victor Campenaerts, he looked twice. He was kind of vigilant as well, but you know, also that Mads Pedersen kind of tapped the shoulder of Abrahamsen, because you can recognise, you know, riders that are interested in, you know, there's a bit of a kind of common ground here. That's, you know, there's something to, you know, for everybody here. Abrahamsen, maybe Victor Campenaerts, and like I said before, there was a race, I forget what it was, it might have been the Tour, but I think I'm leaning towards the Vuelta, that all the Belgians, and a stage similar to this, all the Belgians got together and decided to go down the roads. I've done it in the past with, it was actually in the Giro, with a couple of riders, that we decided that, well, you know, all in, you know, different teams, just decided that we would try something together. It was more beneficial to do that, but we see it from time to time, possibly not as often as you know, we would like, because it kind of animates the racing, but you know, definitely a bit of interest there.
Mads Pedersen, our latest attacker. He's got a 75-point lead in that green jersey competition. How does he feel about today?
Mads, it was impressive following you yesterday on that fast picnic you were out with Campenaerts.
It was a tough picnic.
A lot of draft behind Campi?
Not really. He's a small guy on the bike, so it was hard-earned points yesterday.
I've seen you racing with a single chainring one by, even on the mountain stages. Did you do Tourmalet with one by yesterday?
Yeah, on the car, yes.
You changed?
I changed bike, of course. We knew that if I would go in a big break, Tourmalet is still possible to do on one chainring, because then I have to race to the top. But in the end, we also knew the chances of me going there wouldn't be so big, and then I would have time enough to swap the bikes. So we always have a bike with a double setup on the car.
Finally, still a solid lead in the points classification today and tomorrow. How crucial are they for your classification?
Of course, it's many points on the list, but in the end, I also don't expect to, not get any points at all. So, of course, it's important as it is every day to get as many points as possible, and then hopefully I can keep my big contenders behind me in some of the point sprints.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I think I'd have a bike with a triple chainring on the roof for the Tourmalet, but Mads Pedersen, he's got all the angles, got all the options covered, and looks pretty relaxed about things. Looks like he's having fun out there. Brian Smith's gone for a little bit of prandial excitement as well. John Mould along to review the next phase of competition, and I'm not sure how much you picked up on that one, John, but suddenly we were chatting away and having a good old conversation, and then for a moment a bicycle race broke out.
Yeah, I was just keeping an eye on it, and then suddenly I see Mads Pedersen in the mix, some from Uno X. Yeah, that gap, they really have been playing with that breakaway, never letting it go anything over a minute. And actually now, this is the first time, I think, the biggest gap we've seen since kilometre 0, and that's 1:26. And I say that like it's a big gap, that's still in complete control.
It's tiny, isn't it? We heard Tom Stales on the radio early on today saying, well, feed them out, give them 2 minutes, give them 3 minutes, but they haven't been able to, really. It's been odd the way it's played.
No, and it's actually, it's what you do later on in the race. As we get a replay here of Uno X Mobility kicking everything off, weren't they? Always a team coming back from losing the yellow jersey with Thorsten Trein. Listen to the race radio now to see the panic on the sports car.
Uno X is speeding up. Uno X is speeding up in the front.
Yeah, it was a Magnus Gord grin attack.
No,
setting up. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the panic from a rider at the back. And, I don't know which rider it was, but suddenly going, what is happening? Why are we suddenly going so fast?
I don't want to go fast, but at least I want to know why I'm going fast at the very least of it, and that's why Uno X went attacking. All very amusing. Jens Vogt is watching this one from the sanctuary of the main peloton.
Alrighty, my friends, I went straight back to the team car of Uno X Mobility, talked to Stig Christiansen, said, hey, what happened? And you both laughed and shrugged their shoulders like, I think you were just bored. We have no idea what it was. You were just bored and just for a laugh, just for shits and giggles. So that's the answer why Uno X was accelerating for a quick moment here. Back to the commentators.
It was just, as simple as that. They were a little bit bored. Why not? And that was Jens Vogt with his unique take on what exactly that was all about tactically. And time now, actually, for me to hand over to Jonathan Harris-Bass, who's in position to take us through the next part of this stage as we wend our way by degrees towards Bordeaux.
Well, thank you very much, Declan. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be a bit of fun from Uno X, a bit of boredom. But then when Mads Pedersen drove it on a couple of kilometres further down the road, it looked slightly more serious. And I was just wondering what on earth Baptiste Weithofer would have been thinking at that point, because he was already fuming 2 days ago that they didn't give him more time when he went off in his 144-kilometre solo break. So how he would have been feeling today alongside Jakob Truba when he heard that the lead was down to about 25 seconds, I imagine that the air was blue around him.
Yeah, I definitely think he wouldn't have been impressed. Maybe he was hopeful that a few more riders might have come across. Weierstrafer's got some more friends out front. But exactly as Jens described it, at least it's given us a good talking point for hopefully the next 10 or so K, and try and dissect what Uno X Mobility are actually up to.
So it's as we were. There was
now
Yeah, there was
to 1 minute 20, isn't it?
Yeah, back to 120, but still only 120. You just do feel. Declan referenced it a few moments ago, but when Tom Stales came on over the radio and just said back off and give them some more time, you thought that maybe they'd just let them stretch out. I mean, it was only 3 minutes that Vaitrova was given the other day. It's not like they're not going to be able to bring in 3, 4, 5 minutes. It does seem extraordinary.
Yeah, it really does, and it's not as if we have a really technical run-in either. You know, the final 5K, there is some really key corners to get through. But we were talking earlier about how, if you take your minds back to the Giro, into the Milan stage, which was set out as a big sprint stage, and then into that city centre with all the left and right corners, the breakaway ended up staying away. But here, we don't have anything like that, and I think two riders from the quality of this peloton easily bring them back. But I think there's really a decision from the peloton and the riders who are riding on the front. They really don't want to leave anything up to chance. Might mean bringing that sprint point as well. We have to remember the sprint comes with 54 kilometres to go, so maybe they want it back there. It's a day for the sprinters, a day for the green jersey contest, and if there is sprinters like Tim Merlier and even Jasper Philipsen, I think those two teams, they want to make sure they try and get maximum points at the intermediate sprint and maximum points at the end.
Can you remember a tour, John, in recent memory where, and I don't want to say that everything's decided after 6 stages, but there was a feeling of a little resignation at the end of yesterday's stage that the yellow jersey looks as though, rather than it being a contest of seconds, is going to be a contest of minutes once again. The green jersey, 75 points to Mads Pedersen. That's quite a sizable advantage already, and with some of the sprints to come where he will be stronger than some of the straight-out sprinters, and how all of those teams, Decathlon, have played down their interest in the green jersey. I know teams can be savvy like that at times, but the green jersey feels like it's heading towards Pedersen to really dominate there. And then the white jersey with Isaac Del Toro, with the form that he's showing. The King of the Mountains, is anyone going to be able to stop Tadej Pogačar winning that once again? It just feels very early on, and I know that Christian Prudhomme and the Tour organisers are desperate to try and make the Tour always as interesting as possible for as long as possible. But this year it feels like, with the way that the route's been sorted out, we're in a position where there's a certain inevitability about it, although I know you can't predict anything in cycling, but that's just a gut feeling at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's one of those feelings that you have. That gap to Vingegaard was actually so much bigger than I thought it was going to be. When we saw Pogačar attack, Vingegaard didn't go straight away. He didn't jump with the attack, but he was able to then ride his own pace. And I was thinking, with 5 kilometres to the top of the Tourmalet, maybe it's just going to be a bit of a drag race between the two, and then they'll come together on the descent. But all that happened was the gap just kept going out. The gap increased on the descent, and then up that final climb. And it was amazing, actually, yesterday. The group behind Vingegaard, who were working okay together, they were sharing the workload between 5 or 6 riders. But Pogačar on his own was taking time out of Vingegaard, and he was taking time out of that group that were riding together. So a ride for the ages, and you can't really take anything away. But that head and shoulders actually above some of the best riders in the world. And even though maybe it's all done, but you never know what can happen, you really still have to be in amazement at what Pogačar can actually do.
Well, there are fans of Tadej Pogačar, we've seen on the side of the road, fans of Paul Sexas, fans of Lenny Martinez, fans of Pork. There are fans of every type of rider out there on the roadsides, and they are being treated today, and the French nation, a step further to celebrating perhaps more glory across the pond. So Baptiste Vatrova once again out in the breakaway, this time with some company which I'm sure will have pleased him. Jakub Truba from the Gajaruro Segoroth team, and they have it's come down to 50 seconds again. We've got 42 kilometres to go until the intermediate sprint, and well, it's been a tough day, hugely important day for rehydration. These riders have been getting through 4 bidons an hour on average in the heat. It's just, I think, hearing from Jens, about 31, 32 degrees today, which has come as a welcome change. And one of the noticeable things from the overhead shots as well, John, has been that there's been a lot more shade on offer for the riders today on these roads.
Yeah, and of course we saw those really high temperatures, and it was such a big talking point. And today, almost, I think, even from Jens Voigt on the motorbike, saying, oh, it's a lot cooler today, it's a bit better, but it's still, as you said, around 30 degrees, which is still, yeah, pretty warm. It's not, you can't say it's cold in any way, so cooling is still really important. And we've seen glimpses, haven't we, of the vans at the end with the ice baths, but all the ice that's needed to keep the riders cool throughout the day is quite a logistic challenge.
Yeah, a massive logistic challenge. Interestingly, though, I would say this is much more. This is standard weather for the south of France at this time of year. There's nothing particularly unusual about 31, 32 degrees in the Bordeaux and the Lens region at this time of year. So it was interesting, and you can see the breeze, you can see those flags on the side, that there's a bit more wind being generated as well. And I got the impression from Jens that the air isn't of the same heat. That was one of the big problems a couple of days ago, that is just because the air was so hot, when you were descending any climbs, there was no real relief, because the description was it was like having a hairdryer blown on sort of full heat in your face, and that would have made it even more uncomfortable.
Yeah, it would have. And it's just that air temperature, it just doesn't drop. We get a good view here of how close the breakaway is to the peloton. It's and they've just spotted as well. Now, Decathlon, CMA, CGM have brought a rider to the front, so they're contributing with the chase. As you can see now at 38 seconds, so those team cars, so one from Lotto Intermarché and one from Car Royale, will now have to overtake that breakaway because the gap is too close. Once it's under a minute, they need to get those cars out of the way. And as you can see, not always an easy task. Lotto Intermarché tries to go to the right, and then the riders decide to go to the right-hand side of the road. So what they've done there is take them out in front for a little bit.
And that's going to be soul-destroying for Vatrova and Truba for the second time. And now they've blocked it off at the front again.
Yeah, this is what seems to be the pattern of today. It's quite hard to understand, what they really want to do.
We are watching stage 7 of the Tour de France, Gémeaux through to Bordeaux, 175.1 kilometres, and we have under 100k left. And it seems to be a bit of a game of cat and mouse going on here, because one moment we have teams chasing down the two up the road, who are Baptiste Vatrova and Jakub Truba, and then they lock it off at the front again. They're going to have a comfort break by the side of the road by the looks of things, and that should see it all knocked off again pace-wise. But Uno X were the original perpetrators of the first little mini chase that took place, but that looked like Abrahamsen and Magnus Kort were just having a bit of fun. We're having a look here at Astana, and we heard from them down at the start today, and they're definitely hopeful with the form of Max Kanter that he might be able to do something. Max Kanter's currently second in the green jersey standings, managed to sort of bridge 75 points behind Mads Pedersen though, so that's a fair old distance. So yeah, it's quite an interesting day.
Yeah, it's just to understand what the real plans are. It's always difficult.
Fourth in the first sprint in Po. A little bit of a surprise, but maybe not for you.
No, it was as big as a surprise for me. I was not planning to do the sprint at all. Obviously, with Arnaud not starting, it was a change of plan. We had to adapt, and I would normally do the lead out for Jenno. Turned out I was in a good position at that moment, and I lost Jenno. I had a great feeling. I went for it and did a great sprint. So yeah, I'll try again today. We've adjusted the plan a bit. We'll just go our own ways and help if we must, but just try to go for it ourselves.
Today you're going to give a second try?
Yeah.
So, I mean, because as a Dutch time trial champion, but not a pure sprinter, how are you handling these finals with, in the Tour de France? I don't have to explain you, it's the best possible fields in the world.
Yeah, I think today is a bit different from the last sprint. It's more open roads and headwind. The last sprint was super high pace, corners, technical parkour, and it was more the responsibility of the rider to just push really hard for 5 minutes and then squeeze the sprint out. And I think I did that really well and timed it well, and that's why I could surprise myself. But I'm obviously not a pure sprinter, and we'll see. Today it's different sprints. I'm gonna try, but yeah, we'll see.
What did Arnaud tell you after the first sprint? I don't know if you watched it and if you messaged him.
Oh no, I was. He hasn't texted me, but I'm not sure. He's probably just enjoying some time off.
For sure, he's gonna be happy, and well, best of luck for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, it's great hearing from Hood Arts, but as far as I'm aware, John, no one's asked him the tricky question of what on earth happened yesterday and what was said to him.
I was thinking the same as you, John. I was waiting for the question. Is it going to be asked? Is it going to be asked? And no, maybe just avoided at this point.
Well, leads back up to 1 minute and 20 seconds, so those cars will have been able to drop back. Baptiste Vautrefer and Jakob Ottruber have been left to wend their merry way along what is one of the flattest stages of this year's Tour, only 850 metres of climbing in the day in total. We've got our intermediate sprint coming up at 36.6 kilometres to go, and then one tiny categorised climb today, just the 1 point on offer at the Côte de Béguet, and then through to Bordeaux, and it is not a windy finish at all. There are two real turns that come either side of the bridge, and other than that, it's a relatively straightforward sprint to plan for.
Yeah, it is. The key point, actually, which really helps these sprinters, so the sprint zone begins at 5 kilometres to go, and the key corners are at around 4.5 to 4k to go. So that does help the sprinters with the chaos that will be ensued. That means some of the GC riders can afford to relax and sit back a little bit. So hopefully, not like we saw 2 days ago, any incidents just before that sprint zone at 5k to go.
That would be my question about this. When you move the point that the GC riders are going to get the same time, you move that point back to 5 kilometres, or you move it back to 10 kilometres, or whatever you do, that is surely going to make that point the point of danger. And so, ultimately, are you removing any danger by introducing these rules?
You're not. I wouldn't say you're definitely never going to remove all the danger. The one good thing with it comes earlier in the race, so it kind of allows the sprint teams in a way to sit back and be more relaxed, because they've got more time to move in the final 5 kilometres if something needs to change. When it's at 3k to go, you have that mix of GC riders and sprinters needing to be in position. So it just, the danger is still there. It's never going to leave, but it does mitigate it a little bit, because you're able to, it's further away from the finish, so it makes it less chaos towards that final 3k, 2 kilometres.
Smiles and waves from Remco Evenepoel, who Obviously was attracting headlines straight away after yesterday's stage when he just put it heart on sleeve, said exactly what he felt about Florian Lipovic and his lack of effort yesterday. But I thought the team had been very, very fast to annul any talk of a rift between those two. They sorted out on the bus, they sorted out at dinner, they were chatting, and they've come out all smiling today and working for the same goals.
Yeah, it's always going to happen. I think when you have two leaders, both have been told they're leaders. So, yeah, as Evenepoel feels he's a leader, he feels like he should need a lead out in a sprint that he can go for. Lipovic, he is a leader, so why does he need to do a lead out for someone else? So I think actually it's happened early enough in this Tour de France. So on stage 6. To get it out in the open and really understand the other person, the other leader, and the other teammate, and the rest of your teammates. So, the one thing with Remco Evenepoel, like we always know, he exactly like you said earlier, he wears his heart on his sleeve. He speaks sometimes before he has time to really think, but that's why we love him. At some point, he says the wrong thing, but most of the time, he says the right thing. And that's what happens, and that's what teams know, and you just have to manage those characters in the best way you can.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, John. I think in an era where sportsmen and women are becoming progressively more and more careful about what they should say and expressing themselves as human beings, it's great having a proper character like Remco who will say what he thinks immediately. He'll react. He's very human in that respect, and I think it's great because those are the characters that you need in sport, not the automatons. Well, you can, of course, watch our multi-view here on HBO Max or Eurosport. You can see the head of the race, the peloton, the back of the peloton, the aerial view, and this definitely helps when you're watching to see all of the different stories that are playing out on the Tour de France, and if there's an accident, you're immediately able to see how it's been caused and which riders are involved. So a brilliant way of being able to watch the Tour and also stay up to date with exactly where we are on the stage, as you can see, where the headwinds are coming. So an all-round multi-view. Make sure that you have a look at that on HBO Max, and we've got the QR code there on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. We're just returning to Florian Lipovic. Has just got one of the... Here he is. I mean, as if by design, Florian Lipovic decides that he's going to have a change of wheel at the back there. But immediately after the stage yesterday, John, when he was interviewed, he said the race for third is what he's focusing on, and the interviewer said to him, you're saying that there's no way that you can finish better than third? And he went, no, he said there's one rider who's clearly the strongest, and that's Tadej Pogacar. There's one rider who's clearly the second strongest, in Jonas Vingegaard, and then there's the rest of us, and we're all fighting for third place. Do you think that's fair, or do you think it's an oversimplification of what lies ahead?
Very simplified, an honest look at it. I think these riders aren't stupid. They understand it, and still, Florian's still 25 years old as well. We have to remember, and I think quite an old head on his shoulders there. He's completely right. You watched the stage yesterday. Pogacar head and shoulders above. Jonas just a little bit better than the rest behind. And then in that group, it really was a battle for third. It's always hard as broadcasters or fans to hear a rider say it, because you always want that battle to go all the way. But if you win that battle for third and a problem happens for Vingegaard or Pogacar, then you can move up. So it's a realistic look from Lipovic.
Well, one of the sprinters who could be contesting at the end today, Max Canter. Let's hear from him.
Max, honestly, I mean, you're on fire on this Tour de France. very, very close to a victory, a stage victory. You're there for the bonus sprints. You must be delighted with your legs.
Yeah, the shape is very good. I have the good team on my side, so they give me a lot of confidence. We worked for this for quite a while. Mike and me did a lot of races this year together already, so this shows off now.
You live the dream of winning a stage on Paris-Nice. Now the dream is even bigger.
Yeah, for sure. It's a dream to win a Tour de France stage, but it's also not easy. You know, everything has to come together in place, and we try our best.
We asked Michael Matthews what his motivation was to win, and he said his daughter. For Binyam, he says it's for himself. What's your motivation to win?
Yeah, for sure, for my family. They are a big part of what I achieved until now in my career, but also in general, they are always supporting me. So for sure, if I win, the victory would be for them.
Merci, monsieur. Thanks.
Well, Sepp Piquet there with the interview. Egan Bernal is back at the team car, currently lying in 11th position. Florian Leibowitz is 340 metres, 350 metres behind the main peloton of the yellow jersey. And this is Sceaux, and just outside of Sceaux, the Church of John the Baptist. Sceaux, one of the oldest baronies in the Landes region, and got its wealth from timber and resin industries. So Leibowitz is, he's about almost 40 seconds. I say almost 40, 30 seconds down on this peloton, which is once again very strung out. We talked about the fact that we're coming into wine territory, but first of all through the pine trees, plenty of chateaux, and this one, the Royal Chateau of Cazeneuve, medieval fortress that was built by Henri Navarre, and it's very famous. Henri Navarre, of course, famously married the Queen Margot. That was all during the time of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre and its aftermath and the wars of religion in France, and then that was Margot, Queen Margot's residence when she was in exile just after that period. So, I mean, not a bad place, John. If you're going to be exiled, it's not a bad place to live.
No, you'd take that, wouldn't you? It's out of the way.
You may do.
Yeah, I think I could do with it. Maybe put a swimming pool in if you were there for long enough.
I'm not sure how big swimming pools were back in the 17th century, but our average speed, 44 point, washing in general I don't think was great, 44.5 kilometres an hour. It's interesting because it's had the feel of a very relaxed day on the Tour de France, and yet that average speed isn't the average speed of a very relaxed day. I'm not saying that they're not going great guns, but they're still not just sitting up.
No, I do feel actually the speeds are just getting higher and higher all the time. So almost 44 kilometres an hour is a steady day. You look through some of the stages of the Giro, over 50 kilometres an hour. And some of in the classics this year, everything is just getting faster. And even with just two riders out front, it's amazing that the tempo that those two riders have ridden at is that 44 kilometres an hour, just with two of them sharing that workload. So it's crazy, really, that this is maybe another reason why we never see those gaps really open up anymore. And you just have to keep it under control. And that's exactly what the peloton has decided to do. Decathlon, CMA, CGM now contributing, along with Alpecin, Premier Tech and Soudal Quickstep. So now 3 teams with 3 riders, of course, now 3 against 2.
Sweep across some very large agricultural plains here in the Landes region. Still looking remarkably green, which shows just how much water has been expended onto those fields. And the route barrée for the Tour de France today. Big yellow signs that get put along the route. Well, practically no wind. That's dropped off as we've headed into the stage. Nudging towards getting inside 80 kilometres left to the finish. And well, John, you're talking about just the way that racing is getting faster and faster as we take another look at yet another chateau. This one, the Roc de Daïde. This was built back in 1306 when it was first started, and this was when Nouvelle-Aquitaine was under the rule of the King of England, and so this castle was granted to the Cardinal de la Motte to build something on this particular site by the King of England, and it was built 1306 and built. Most of the castles that were built around here built in quite quick time, so it was between 7 to 10 years, which is quite unusual. Anyway, I digress talking about chateaus. But yeah, the speed that we see nowadays, I remember riders talking about the fact that yes, the Giro was getting faster, but it didn't compare to the average speed that you would compete at in the Tour de France. Do you think the speed, has this been dictated to by the fact that now all of these Grand Tours, you're on camera from the off?
I think the bikes have really improved aerodynamically across the board. The bike manufacturers are spending a lot more time on RDA, research and development of all these bikes. The top class, the top product from all the bike companies is put through rigorous testing now and seeing where it's faster. Along with that is the kit. The riders and everything they do is set about making them as fast as possible aerodynamically, for sure. Skin suits they're wearing, they all wear skin suits now, long gone as shorts and jerseys, and it's amazing at the World Tour level how many riders actually do aero testing on the road bikes. Aero testing used to just be for time trials, but now teams are really looking into the benefits of how they make these riders on the road bike the most efficient and the fastest.
Tobias Harlan Johannesson making his way back in. We're getting some stunning footage from today's stage from the helicopters. Visibility absolutely perfect. I was looking at a small report that we did on the Tourmalet yesterday, and just sort of the recent races up the Tourmalet, and even ones which when we've seen finishes on the Tourmalet. And when Debbie Vollering won up there in 2023, it was completely covered in cloud, and it was a reminder that the weather conditions aren't always like this in July in France. Welcome back. You're watching stage 7 of the Tour de France from Aigues-Mortes to Bordeaux, 175.1 kilometres, and we're going through into a feed zone with the two breakaway riders currently protecting an advantage of 1 minute and 28 seconds. It hasn't really been very much higher than this, but it has been a lot lower, and there have been some moves off the front which born out of boredom. We're not entirely sure the reasons behind them, where the breakaways seen that advantage go down to around 20-25 seconds, and whether it's, I don't know, I mean, John, is that just a prompt from the teams behind to say you're not pushing it enough up in front, we want to get there a bit quicker, so could you please get a move on?
I think it was a bit more of a, I really don't know. Uno X just trying to play games, maybe open the race up, see what can happen. As we get closer and closer to the finish, then more riders might be interested. There's more chance of it going all the way to the final. But it was a bit of a strange one from Uno X. It seems to be completely under control from now, the three teams at the front, controlling that peloton. And again, it's only 2 riders, so really there's no stress today.
No stress whatsoever going on out there, and arms stretched out there from Cofidis's team leader, Jon Izagirre. Back up at the front. Alpecin continuing to do their work in the front, and they will have a lot more work to do later on for Jesper Philipsen, who won, of course, back in 2023, coming into Bordeaux in a sprint that at the time looked as though it was going to be that chance for Mark Cavendish to get the 35th Tour stage win, but gears didn't work properly for him that day, and he then crashed out of the Tour the next day, and it looked as though perhaps that was the chance gone. Of course, he was back a year later, and the chance was taken on that occasion. Biniam Girmay has been in good form so far on this Tour, both in the sprints and the intermediates. Here's what he had to say at the start of the day.
And today, a pan-flat finish in Bordeaux. You were there 3 years ago, close to the win. Do you remember anything from the run-in and the sprint?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember quite well. It was pretty tricky stage, to be honest, because since we enter 10K to go, there is a lot of roundabouts, narrowing road, and I think this year is more or less similar. They just changed a couple of kilometers in the last 4K. I think today's positioning is really important, because we already saw 2 days ago, if you are not in position 1K to go, it's so hard to move up, because the speed is always high. And today, yeah, we just need to be smart, and with how we can use my boys, and I feel good, and my lead out guys also feel great. So yeah, today is just about timing and being patient, I guess, because it's narrow road, and if you hit early in the front, you will get swamped, and then if you are also too late, it's too late. So yeah, in the Tour de France is always, this is the hardest stage of sprinters.
Finally, Bini, the points classification, how do you see that from the start with Mads with a big lead already, and 2 possible sprint stages coming up today and tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is we need to look for the next 2 days, included today, because yeah, the most important thing is to win stage. That makes big gap, and we already knew Mads is super strong on the uphill, hunting for the intermediate sprint. He already have a big lead, but I think if he could continue like that, I would say chapeau to him, because yeah, yesterday was so hard to chase him back. And for me, it's just about the stage victory. If you have a stage, it's 70 points. And if Mads is 6-7, you have already closed a lot of points. So that's for me the most priority these 2 days, to just go for the stage victory, and then after that it will lead us which way I need to go.
Bini, go fight for it. Good luck today.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Some good insight there from Biniam Girmay, and honest, very honest indeed, and that respect shown towards Mads Pedersen. Brian, the green jersey, is the green jersey an open competition, or is it already looking a little bit like the yellow jersey competition?
I think it's open. I think I said in commentary yesterday, because we were asked by Declan, do you think it's over? As a broadcaster, it's hard to say, but it does look as if Pogacar is on his way to number 5. But as far as the green jersey's concerned, I still think it's open. It was, like you say, it was a good interview there from Girmay. They're hopeful. A couple of the top sprinters aren't really going for the green jersey, Merlier and Olaf Koy, but it just goes to show you, and I think we were talking about it yesterday, that when Mads goes, it's very difficult to go with him, and when you're with him at the front, they did chase it. NSN put, I think, at 1.3 riders towards the front to try and kind of chase him down, and they couldn't bring him back. So yeah, I think that Mads is in a very good position, but I still think it's going to be very competitive, the green jersey in this race.
And I think, as people have been saying down at the finish, all of our team and the interviews, this is cycling. You don't actually know what is going to happen. Absolutely anything could happen. Someone could pick up a sickness bug. Someone could have a bad crash. You don't wish this on anyone, but it's an unpredictable sport in that way, and there's still a very long way to go.
Well, it's happened in the past when Marcel Kittel had the green jersey, and it all kicked off in one stage with Michael Matthews' team taking it and, you know, put Kittel out the back earlier on, and I think Michael Matthews went on to win that stage, and Kittel stopped the race completely.
I remember that well. It was fascinating viewing, really fascinating viewing. As far as the chances of the sprinters are concerned today, we've got Tim Mellier's team just getting themselves set. Majority of our pundits in the predictor game have gone for Tim Mellier, but I personally think it's quite hard to back against Olav Koy after that performance from the other day. Do you think is Mellier anyone's favourite, or are you putting your
I've already mentioned in commentary, John, of course you weren't on at the time, but I did say when I was on at the start with Declan that for me the favourite today is Tim Mellier. Loss of Van Leurberger, but they've got that express train of Valentin Parapantra, apparently, that Tom Steele said in his interview earlier, with a little bit of a laugh. But I don't think they'll miss him too much. I think they've got enough firepower. I think get him into position with about 5Ks to go. I think he should be okay, and I think he was just out of position the last time. When you look at the stats, you know, 31% of the sprints that Tim Mellier is involved with, he wins. So I really do think he is the favourite for today. Although you have to say Olav Koy, and I think a couple of our pundits did pick Olav Koy, and it was a super sprint. He won that quite easily in the end. But I just think that it was very chaotic, and there was a lot of out of position. And of course Astana, who are riding towards the front here yet again, they're brimming with confidence for Max Canter, and they were probably the only team that almost got it right. It's just Olav Koy was that bit quicker.
We don't see the dedicated sprint trains in the same way as we used to, perhaps back in the days of HTC Columbia and Seiko, when they were sending out huge amounts of riders. Is that down to the fact that teams are now one rider lighter, and therefore it's quite hard to take a team that's dedicated entirely to sprints?
I think it's down to a lot of the teams have sprinters now, and you know, in the past there was maybe, you know, less sprinters or top end sprinters, but I think nowadays we've got, I think, far more sprinters. We seem to have one in almost every team. Of course, we talked about it earlier on about UAE and Team Visma and Red Bull not having a kind of designated sprinter, but a lot of the riders have this. So I just think it's an increase in sprinters that are capable of winning that we've got. And you know, back in the day, like you said, HTC and Seiko and Cipollini and all these, Mark Cavendish, they had, you know, big lead out trains. Then that went to micro trains. And then, but I just think there was so many trains. Back in the day, there was only kind of one real big train for the best sprinter. And then we went micro trains where there was maybe 5 or 6 micro trains. But now there seems to be about 8 or 10 sprinters. And having a micro train of maybe 4 or 5 was too big. Then we went to kind of 2 and 3 because it was easier to manoeuvre. And then we've heard from a few riders now in the race about, you know, surfing, you know, doing it on their own. Of course, you always need to rely on other teams to do some sort of lead out. We know that Astana is going to be doing that as well. And I think this is going to be a big opportunity for Mathieu van der Poel to do what he did a couple of years ago with the Jasper Philipsen, because he was immense. But I just think it's just there's so many sprinters. And that's why it's just all sprints now seem to be very chaotic and out of control rather than being in control.
which is rather more what, well, I don't, it makes great television when they're chaotic. It's not necessarily great for those inside the peloton. Well, we've spoken about Tim Merlier, we've also spoken about Olav Koy, who won the sprint a couple of days ago, and we caught up with Olav Koy ahead of today's stage. Let's go and hear what he had to say coming in to stage 7.
So Olav Koy, another flat stage today. Tell us, what did you take out of the one in Pau, your win? And is there any differences compared to a Tour de France bunch sprint compared to, let's say, Belgium Tour?
I think, yeah, maybe a little bit. The running is a bit faster, but I think the last sprint is, sprinting against the same guys. But managing this part before the last KOL is a bit different. Maybe a little bit harder as well. So it will be important to do that good as well today.
We often hear from sprinters, once you win in a Grand Tour, the confidence and the decisions change in bunch sprints. You've tried that before in the Giro. Is it something that you're feeling now before the start, that the pressure's a bit off?
I mean, for sure, yeah, it gives extra confidence. In the Giro, I never managed to win this early, so we'll see. Hopefully, it can bring something extra.
What have you discussed about the run, and what have Mark Renshaw pointed out about the crucial points?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, long last straight, so different than the first sprint where, in the last K with the corners, once you were in position, it was quite easy to stay there. This one, seems a bit more difficult. Timing will be crucial, and hopefully we can just manage it right.
Finally, Olav, what about the green jersey, the classification? Is it something that you're still thinking about, contesting in the intermediate sprints?
No, not really. I think before the start we made it quite clear that the green was not a goal. So I won't be in the intermediates, and just focus on the stage.
Good luck today, Olav.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was listening to an interview with one of the members of the Decathlon team earlier today, and it was said, we're not going to target the green jersey. It's not one of our ambitions, very much trotting out the party line as Olav Koy did just there. But if we were to find ourselves in a position at the end of the second week where we're in with a shout, then perhaps we'll change our strategy. And that's, I suppose there are many teams that come into the Tour with that objective of stage wins being the primary objective, but if you suddenly end up in a position where you're challenging for the polka dots or the green jersey, then you might rethink things.
It's the same with Lenny Martinez. He's clearly wants to try and get the King of the Mountains, but he's found himself well up inside the top 10, so he's got a big decision to make as well, whether he stays with the GC battle, because at some stage he's going to have to go up the road in breakaways, and will he be allowed to be able to do that? Very much doubt it. So, he's in a dilemma. But I think first and foremost, and it used to happen where, you can gain some points in the intermediate, and it was all about finishing places for the green jersey competition. But this competition seems to be, you have to. There's more points now at the intermediate. 25 instead of 20 maximum points, so I think you have to compete in both places, and of course you never know what's going to happen in the race. We just discussed it a moment ago about Marcel Kittel having it and then crashing out the race, and I think Olav Koy just seems to be wanting to concentrate on getting wins, and if the green jersey comes with that later in the race, so be it.
Well, is there going to be another Most Combative Rider award for Baptiste Weithofer, or will today's one go to Jakob Ottruber? They have been out on their own for the entirety of today's stage so far from the gun, and we've done 110 kilometres. There are 65.7 remaining, and Let's hear from Lidl.
So from the sprint match, so like I said, go slowly downhill, and with 200 meters to go, the road bends to the right, and you see the line from there. On the sprint, there's some narrow road.
So I'm assuming that that's referring to the intermediate sprint that is coming up at Londira. That's in 10.4 kilometres time, and Mads Pedersen will be targeting, I'm sure, getting some points there. One imagines, Brian, that our two lead riders will get across the line at the intermediate sprint in first and second, so 25 and 20 taken off the table, which means it's straight into, I say, the minor placings, but slightly less points, as in 16 will be the max that will be up for grabs for the rest of this peloton.
It's looking like that, yes. But a minute on this route is nothing. You know, they're just dangling in front of them for the moment anyway. And if anybody wanted to come up, i.e. Lido, put a couple of riders up there and kind of bring it back, then it's potentially, you know, going to benefit them a little bit more. But I think they might have just kind of hang on for the next 10 kilometres, but a minute is nice and easy for somebody to do something here to bring it all back together. So the decision is Lido Treks, whether they want to put up Captain America and maybe Vatsek just for 9 kilometres, bring it back and try and get the 25 points. Of course, they've got some of the other sprinters, Girmay and Philipsen, are going to be kind of sprinting it out as well. So, you know, you're never guaranteed the 25 points anyway. So, but it's their decision. They can do it, but it looks as if for the moment anyway that the two leaders will hang on.
I think if it was not for the case that Mads Pedersen had that 75-point lead in the standings already, then perhaps they would be looking for those points. But if it went wrong, then they're, as you've just said, allowing some of those other riders back in to the competition by picking up more points. So as things currently stand, it's, I would say, probably suits Mads Pedersen. That speed has risen to 53, 54 kilometres an hour from the main peloton, and you can tell that by the way it's becoming more strung out at the front once again. You're watching stage 7 of the Tour de France, 175.1 kilometres, Agen to Bordeaux. So with 8 kilometres to go until the sprint, here's where Mads Pedersen is in that green jersey. He's looking very strong in that role at the moment, and just starting to eat away at the time of the two breakaway riders, Jakob Truba and Baptiste Vatroffe, as they start to approach that intermediate sprint which comes in Londira. Then we do have just one little bump, and then the Côte de Béguet, which is a 1.2 kilometre climb at an average gradient of 4.4%. All of that before the run into the Gironde River and our finish in Bordeaux today, which should be fast. And we will wait and see who is going to be the sprinter to pick up the second sprint stage of this year's Tour, because Olav Koy, of course, won the first one with Tim Merlier, having to settle for third with Max Canter in second. And as mentioned previously, it has not been a slow day, even though it's been a relatively relaxed day so far. We just heard Lidl Trek talking to Mads Pedersen, describing the sprint, the intermediate sprint, and how it's going to go slightly downhill and through to the finish line, but that the roads are getting narrower, and you can see that with that overhead picture we just had of the main peloton, that the roads have narrowed down. So position is going to be absolutely crucial. Well, there is plenty more cycling to come, and you can find our extensive Tour de France coverage on HBO Max. But when the racing's done, there's even more to enjoy, with the global phenomenon coming back. The Emmy-winning HBO Originals House of the Dragon returns for its most fiery season yet. The realm on edge, power up for grabs, and the war for the throne is about to ignite. Stream the new season now on HBO Max. Well, it promises to get even more fiery here as these two make their way towards the intermediate sprint. Baptiste Vathofer just has a little question to the cameraman and then cracks on with Jakob Truba as they head towards the intermediate sprint coming up in Landiras. And to guide you through that intermediate sprint, our one mini-categorised climb of the day and the remaining 60.7 kilometres. It's time to hand over the reins back to Declan Quigley.
Thanks a million, Jonathan. Looking forward to this one now. It's all starting to steam up a little bit. Who's on fire? Who's breathing fire out there today? Well, the Welsh Dragon along to assist me for the next phase of competition is John Mould. Has been watching with fascination and great interest at this wonderful exploit by Jakob Truba, former time trial champion of Czechia, of the Czech Republic. Czech, or wherever we're calling it this week, and Westroffer as well, who's made a name for himself with significant exploits so far in Tour de France, not least his long-range breakaway 2 days ago, and of course all the great work that he did assisting Arnaud Delis through the first few stages in what would ultimately prove to be a futile attempt to recover from illness as he bid to sort of get involved in the sprints in the Tour de France. It's not going to work out for him today, but we're going to see Jeno Berkmus and Huub Aerts going freelancing to see if they could potentially emulate the achievement of the Astana squad. Beautiful second place finish for them 2 days ago into Pau. They look pretty organised and they're psyched up, and Max Canter's in a good place at the moment.
Yeah, actually probably the most well executed lead out. The whole team was there, and when we don't really, of course, we think of XDS Astana under the lead of Pete Kenyon this Tour de France. So yeah, making his way into the sprint world. Always as a rider, a bit more of a climber and a punchier, but yeah, strong sprinter. Obviously, it came from that track background as well. Former
his mate Cavill probably has a few ideas for him.
He's definitely learned a lot through his time. But when you look through that team, of course, Max Canter, second place 2 days ago, but of course he's got Mike Turnison as a lead-out man in front of him. In front of that, you have David Ballerini. You also have Aaron Gate. So there's some big experience there, and that's exactly what we got to see 2 days ago, and hopefully we get to see again today.
And you don't always have riders. I mean, when you think of Davide Ballerini, he's a rider who can, sprint himself, win races. Mike Turnison is a rider who goes looking for his own opportunities, and famously, of course, won the first stage of Tour de France and took the first yellow jersey some years ago, which was a late change in the plan, wasn't it? And he managed to sort of take advantage of a crash and a delay for his teammate. And similarly, Aaron Gate, who's arrived into the top rank of competition, having been the team leader at Division 3 at continental level. Another tracky, isn't he, Aaron Gate? But they've managed to mould and gel that team into something, that the sum of its parts is significant, and that doesn't always happen from established race winners. And there's a situation with Max Canter gunning to try and narrow that 75-point deficit. Just how many of those riders? I don't think we're going to see Tadej Pogacar going to see if he can add to his points total. I'd be surprised too if we see Asper Philipsen up for this sprint, but you never know. He's a useful climber, and we did see that in the first couple of days. Biniam Girmay has certainly shown interest in the intermediate sprints to date, but it sounds as if he's got a slightly different agenda. He believes potentially that Mads Pedersen is just in a different league when it comes to those climbing stages, or those rolling stages where he can maybe just gain a few points ahead of the sprinters. But Max Canter, it would appear as if the Astana squad believe that they can challenge the Lidl Trek combine here on the run to this sprint.
I think so. I think today is actually the sprinters' day. I think a lot of the sprinters, like you said, Jasper Philipsen, Biniam Girmay, and of course Max Kanter will go after this intermediate sprint. I think the two riders we probably won't see contest are Olav Koy and Tim Merlier. I expect them to save their pennies as such and wait until that finale. But I do expect Kanter, Girmay, Philipsen, and of course Mads Pedersen battling it out for the intermediate sprint.
And Tim Merlier, entire focus on the finish line, 57 kilometres down the line, as Pascal Encorn did a great solid job, and he's looked as if there's been an extra bit of toil about it of late, trying to keep that pace high. And this is also asking a big question of the two riders up front, who are pretty much certain now to gain the first two positions in this intermediate sprint. So Latruba or Baptiste Westroffer are going to take the top 2 point scoring positions of 25 and 20 points, but there's points through the first.
They're just, so he's just asking what the gap was for Westroffer there. 120 he got told from the Camera Motorbike. So yeah, it's good for the intermediate sprint. I think that's where the worry was for the two leaders out front, if they were going to get caught before and what really was happening behind with the chase. But now they know they're safe for the intermediate sprint.
Understandably and rightfully nervous, because the pace is naturally going to sort of elevate upwards ahead of this intermediate sprint from that peloton behind. And well, they haven't given them much all day, have they? It's been really, really tight.
No, they haven't. It was quite a surprise, really. We thought maybe they'll give him three minutes and know that they've got complete control. But they're not allowing it today. I think, again, there isn't many pure sprint days at this year's Tour de France. And I think the teams like Alpecin Premier Tech and Soudal Quickstep have decided we make sure that it is a sprint today. We don't leave anything up to luck or chance. And we make sure we're battling out for the stage win come the end of the day.
500 metres for the two up front, so about a kilometre and just a bit less indeed for the main peloton in the pursuit ultimately of 16 points in this sprint competition. Are they going to carve it up? Will there be a contest between these two? They're going to go side to side, old school, very... And it looks as if it is a contest, and they decided that there was no playing the game. They were going to have an honest contest between the two, and it looks as if Westroffer just has a little bit in hand, so he's added to the coffers of the Lotto Intermarché team's prize money, and with a little bit of extra prize money for them, and some points in that points competition.
Nicely done as well. I think they definitely had an agreement. Let's ride side by side at 300 metres to go, and we open up the sprint when we want. So, and they have to. The honest thing to keep working together. And just so you know, it's 1,500 €1,500 for an intermediate sprint win. So, and €1,000 for second. So there's money in it. It's worth it.
So now let's focus on the Astana team trying to lead out Max Kanter. They're firing up nicely. The Lidl Trek squad have nicely moved into position to threaten this one. Turgis, I suspect, is just on the tail of Max Kanter in pursuit as well of the chance of mopping up some points. But look at the green jersey moving cleanly, but around the outside it's a slightly longer run. Kanter's late to the party here. Biniam Girmay has moved up and could potentially challenge, but third across the line, and first from the main peloton, it is the green jersey in command. And Philipsen came with a rush there. I'm not sure he got there in time. Looked as if, and interestingly enough, Merlier went up for that sprint, and we didn't really anticipate that. Were you thinking of this being an activation sprint as much as a points gathering sprint?
I saw him just out of the corner of my eye as well, and I saw Merlier in the saddle, completely in the saddle in that sprint. So it's what sprinters like to do sometimes. They just like to feel their legs. Obviously, on a day like today, where it's kind of been a numbing day. It hasn't been an easy tempo, but it's been an uncomfortable tempo throughout the whole day. So it's always nice to, just to get them firing and see what happens. You can just see Merlier towards the bottom the right-hand side of your screen now, but it was Pedersen in the green. He opened it up first, got to the middle of the road, He powered all the way. Perfectly timed for Pedersen. He takes full points, or what was left, and that's 16 points in that green jersey competition.
And Jasper Philipsen was right up against the barrier on the left-hand side. He looked a little bit sort of slightly awkward and imbalanced ever so slightly, and I'd still just had a little bit of momentum in the slipstream and a little extra kick to take a significant number of points there. But Pedersen taking care of business very nicely indeed. Opens up another 2 points advantage over his nearest challenger in that competition. Slim pickings, but everything counts in large amounts, especially at the end of 3 weeks. So now it's more or less flat road through to the finish line, albeit we do have that little climb of the Côte de Beguet, 1.2 kilometers at 4.4%, not particularly demanding. That starts in about 13 kilometers time. There's confirmation of the order across the line. Scrolling through, it's a who's who of Tour de France sprint talent, all with a little rehearsal ahead of the big push into Bordeaux. Mathieu van der Poel also exercising the legs by trying to support Jasper Philipsen in that sprint. Meanwhile, riders moving their way back up, or maybe back. I wonder what's wrong with that tire.
It's flat at the bottom, not at the top, but only at the bottom.
Yeah.
Quite interested there. You get to see the Cadillac car, sponsor of EF Education Easy Post. I came across a really nice story, quite a nice one on their post actually. So at kilometre 40, with 41 kilometres to go, we go through a town called Cadillac-sur-Garonne, and the fortified town founded along the Garonne River, and then the explorer Antoine de la Motte, he adopted, as he was from that area, the name Cadillac. So his name was Antoine de la Motte Cadillac, and in the 1600s he was an explorer, and he founded Detroit, Michigan in the US. And then, as Cadillac was founded in Detroit, as we know, is the Motor City, they named the company Cadillac after him in 1902. So yeah, nice little one, and perfect timing as the pink Cadillac of EF Education Easy Post drove past the screen.
Yeah, I mean, definitely worth recording that. Mr. Coupe de Ville himself, the boss, likes a pink Cadillac, doesn't he? Clement Braz Afonso, nice to be back in the main peloton. A little way to go to get in there, but plenty of cars in that cavalcade. Should be no great drama, you would imagine, as he takes potentially, I mean, we don't have favourites, do we? We're entirely objective here on Eurosport, but I do like those Williers, I have to say. Very, very much indeed. Cap down to 30 seconds. I don't think they're for waiting at this point.
No, I think this is going to be it. We saw Via Stroffer actually pick up a nice little can of orange Fanta from the team car as well, so always a nice sign. It was a big can as well, so maybe just he'll save that in his back pocket for a little bit later when he's caught.
He's earned that.
Yeah, I think so. And now at this point, those two riders taking that green jersey and the prize, green jersey intermediate sprint, and the prize money that goes with it. So I think job done. Now we all come together and get ready for a big bunch sprint.
I suppose there is the small topic of the most aggressive rider competition, not one for Mads Pedersen. He's thinking now about preparing. Back to the team car, I suspect, or maybe even an opportunity for a natural break ahead of final push for glory. Team car is going to be the first order of business for the green jersey, who extends his lead in that competition. Will there be a further revision, though, of the point situation at the finish line? 7th 2 days ago, stage win the day before. It's all going swimmingly at the moment for the Lidl Trek man. The Dane in what? His third day in green, third ever day as a green jersey holder in Tour de France. To the manner born, though. Inside 50 to go, and our two riders up front, their advantage now diminishing to the half-a-minute mark. There's those aero bottles we were talking about the other day. Maximum efficiency without compromise for the delivery of liquids, and the potential for using other bottle gauges. 79-point advantage, thanks to Jonathan Harrisbass for his little bit of work on the abacus. 79-point lead over Biniam Girmay now for Mads Pedersen in that points competition. It's counter right there as well, so just further clarify and classify. There's another impossibly gorgeous chateau that is impossible to keep cool in the summer and impossible to keep warm in the winter. Is that the Folly? Well, they're not accepting their fate. This is, I mean, it's elbows out and everything's hooked around those hoods very much from Baptiste Veerstraffer. No doubt there was a bit of a chat at dinner last night about the UCI rule around that one. Hubart's almost coming to grief and falling victim to direct application of the rule around that one yesterday, but he's got an altogether different approach, hasn't he, to holding the handlebars, Veerstraffer. We're almost at the point where we can stop talking about that one for a little while at any rate.
Yeah, until there's someone brave enough to ask the question, I think. We've seen a few interviews with Huybart where, yeah, it was just avoided for now. It's been avoided.
I wonder, has he sort of said, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to wonder, has it actually been sort of a little private edict? That sometimes happens, you know. You can ask me anything, but don't ask me that. If so, that would be disappointing. But he does seem quite a personable lad, and kind of excitable, doesn't he? The body language and the way that just the way that he actually chats to the motos, and that he just is, the energy that he's putting into the pedals is also sort of in evidence in the way that he actually converses, and that little bit of body language, that emotional expression is a human thing. Solid shift from Ancorn. They've used different riders today, whereas it's been all about Dillier until recently for the Alps in Premier Tech.
You now really see the teams coming forward. This is the first time we've seen Picnic post NL. Whole team up together. And we're going to start seeing now, we're under an hour's left of racing. So this is where the teams really start to come together.
Well inside the final 50 kilometers now of this 7th stage of Tour de France, heading through to the one and only classified climb of the day. It's just a category 4 pimple by comparison with what these riders faced yesterday in the Pyrenees. The Tourmalet and the Aspan and all that are behind them. They'll head towards the Massif Central next, Vosges de Jura, and then the Alps to come in a couple of weeks' time. In the meantime, we've got an opportunity, first of a couple of opportunities in succession for the sprinters. Tomorrow has the potential for breakaway action. This one, though, seems nailed on for those sprinters, albeit they've got to close down in our 47 second gap to the two raiders up front. Jacopo Truba of the Cahora Rural squad has gone out in company with Lotto Intermarché's Baptiste Veerstraffer. And Alpecin Premier Tech and Soudal Quick-Step continue to set the agenda, albeit we're starting to see a change in the characteristic of the front of the peloton. Some teams that haven't been much in evidence to this point today are starting to gravitate towards the front. Decathlon, CMA CGM, unsurprisingly, starting to make a plan for Olaf Koy. to see can he repeat his glory from 2 days ago. Team Picnic PostNL squad, what would it mean to them were Pavel Bittner to take the victory? He's moved up. One man who hasn't been too far from the front all day, or at least his team at any rate haven't been that far away, is Jasper Philipsen, the winner of the most recent finish in Bordeaux 3 years ago. Can he come up with a first victory of Tour de France 2026?
Jasper Philipsen, going back to Bordeaux today, how do you remember it 3 years ago?
Yeah, very nice stage. Yeah, nice city, Bordeaux. A lot of good wines, but I didn't remember we had one actually in the evening, but we definitely had something to celebrate back then.
How do you remember the run-in back then? And what have you discussed in the bus going back to Bordeaux today?
Yeah, it's a technical final. It's alongside the river, not too wide. Yeah, so we have to pay attention and be ready for the chaos in the final.
Did you take anything out of the first sprint in this tour where Olaf won?
Yeah, of course, we took a look what we could have done better, yeah, how it played out, and of course every sprint is different, but we also have new guy like Tim Marsman. It's all quite new for him as well, but he's a very strong rider, but of course he also still needs some experience in a lead out, and I think he's learning quickly, so yeah, it's good. We take it from there.
Good luck today, Jasper, and if you win, red wine today?
Of course, you can deliver one to the oil.
I'll try. Good luck.
I think the Bordeaux's on you, Jasper, if you get the win today, in fairness. And I suspect it might be a glass for Tim Marsman if it all gels just as they are hoping it will. It is a delicious alchemy. I mean, I don't know if you've had a chance to have a look at the finale, and it's complicated, particularly with 4.8 kilometres to go. Now, that's just inside the sprint zone. We talk about the sprint zone. It's 5k to go is the point at which you've got a... Oh, happy birthday, Per, by the way. Bon anniversaire. 23 today. Young Norwegian. Well, a string of birthdays over the last few days, haven't we? And plenty of Norwegian representation at the front of the race and the head of general classification and elsewhere. Per Strand Hagenes has work to do for the Visma Lease bike squad in support of Jonas Vingegaard, but won't be involved in the sprint at the end of today, and that sprint zone just after it gets a little bit complicated for a while.
Yeah, at around 4.8k you make a little right-left turn, then you go over the bridge, then you make a right turn into a narrow, not so narrow, it looks quite narrow on Veloviewer, but I believe from the eyes on the ground, it's narrower than the bridge, of course. It narrows a little bit, but then it opens up to onto quite a wide road again, and then you go all the way alongside the river, with the river on the rider's right-hand side, and slowly, just slowly to the right, directional-wise. So it's always important, I think, if you want to launch the sprint, you want to get to that right-hand side barrier. That makes all the riders have to come round you the long way. So if you get there first and you've launched at the right time, it's a good advantage for the sprinters to be there on that right-hand side.
And the wind less likely to be a critical factor, so positioning in terms of the wind in that finishing straight? Not expecting it?
Not expected. It shouldn't play too much of a role.
Yeah, but it is particularly complicated with 4.8 kilometres to go, with a series of 3 90-degree sort of right-hand, left-hand bends. And once they're across the bridge, make that right turn, things less obviously complicated. And as Olaf Koy mentioned in his interview earlier on today, that leads to its own difficulties. It's counterintuitive. Again, if you're new to cycling, a really straight road to the finish can often be the most complicated finale of all.
Yeah, it's all about timing. I think in bunch sprints, it is all about timing and teamwork, how you tactically go out and target these sprints. Sometimes when there's a real technical point, and as we just go through Cadillac, the sign on the right-hand side there in the pink, it's always key where you want to set things up, and it's easy when there's a real pinch point that everyone needs to get there and be in the right place. But when it's open and wide, maybe some teams leave it really late, take a gamble, and just come with the whole team at 1.5k to go, 1 kilometre to go. So it's sometimes it can be quite messy.
Messy, confusing, thrilling, exciting and dramatic. That's the expectation as the somewhat murky waters of the Garonne. Extraordinary vino that that's produced over the years. La Ponte de Cadillac. Through Cadillac. Cadillac. Definitely not what you'd say in the Motor City.
No.
It's amazing that there is a Cadillac that's low enough for the peloton. There are rules about the maximum height of vehicles. Have they raised them recently? It seems like motor vehicles are getting higher and higher. There's the chateau of the Duc de Cadillac.
Yeah, the rules are still in place. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah, the Cadillac they have now is yeah, if it's in the rules anyway. It must
legal,
make it. Yeah. There's also I've seen so many cars. Also, the Total Energies are sponsored by Toyota, so their cars are quite high as well. But of course, yeah, nothing too.
Haven't seen too many Grenadiers, have we? You know, big old, yeah.
The Grenadiers, luckily the Soigneurs and the feeding staff always seem to get those Grenadiers for Netcompany Ineos. You see them parked at the side of the road, or sometimes the media team or sponsorship teams taking out VIPs to come and watch the race. There's always a couple Grenadiers knocking about.
There's a maximum height of the vehicle. I mean, it's as simple as that, and that's so that it doesn't turn into a. I mean, that's so that you can actually see above the cars and in front. So it just adds to the visibility in that cavalcade, and so that it doesn't turn into a situation where you end up with enormous buses supporting the riders, which could happen.
Yeah, I think Brian Smith just said it's 1.6 meters.
Is the rule?
Is the height of the cars. I do think they're quite close. I can't remember exactly what Toyota it is for Total Energies, but in the convoy when I'm behind Total, it seems like it's knocking on the door of 1.6, maybe exactly 1.6. But then you put a bike rack on top and the bikes, and it's surprising how tall they are.
Yeah, and the extra slipstream effect that can be generated from that. That's a reason why you would want a vehicle as high as you can get it, and why a rule and a limit needs to be imposed upon it. And I suppose you can always let the air out of the tyres when they come to measure it, just to gain those few millimetres.
I always preferred the taller ones. As a tall rider, I can actually see through the boot and out the front, but some of the lower cars, you're in between the bike rack trying to look over the car, then you're trying to look through the windscreen to see what's happening ahead of you. So yeah, when I was riding, I really did like the taller cars. Helped my back a little.
Because as a rider, you're coming back through the cavalcade after a puncture or crash or whatever situation. You're literally looking through the window at the vehicles in front. And
yeah, most of the time you look through the window so you can really see what's coming up, maybe even corners. The cars always signal or beep. If they have a rider on the bumper, they try and signal to that rider to make sure they've seen ahead and seen any hazards that are coming. Because if I'm honest, as a sports director, one of my biggest fears is a rider hitting the back of you or hitting a crash inside the convoy. Is the time where, as sports directors, as drivers, you have to be so aware and observant at all times.
It's why cyclists or ex-pro cyclists make the best drivers in the cavalcade for the most part. They understand intimately exactly what the rider is going through, and how to judge and manage the pace of the vehicle as well is an acquired art, I would have thought.
Yeah, it really is. You get used to it, you can learn it, but it does massively help if you've been in that situation before.
Got some points to distribute here, at least one. It's category 4 ascent, and Beerstroffer looks like he's going to claim all the money here from this early breakaway. Single point game, not really involved in that King of the Mountains competition, but why not? Make the most of your time out front. And now the last man standing bragging rights, and the potential for the most aggressive rider competition is the next order of business for these riders. They've expanded their advantage back up to approaching a minute. Back out to more or less where we were. Yeah, driving in the cavalcade, I mean, it's about smooth application of the throttle, isn't it? And virtually no application of the brake where you can possibly avoid it.
Yeah, it's just knowing where the riders are going and where they think as well. And also, as a driver, you really just can't assume that they've seen what you've seen. You can't assume that they're going to do the exact right thing sometimes. Of course, you're taught as a rider always to go to the left-hand side, overtake on the left, and the cars will go to the right. But every once in a while, you still see a rider coming up your right-hand side, which is a lot of the time in the little blind spot. And that's where it is a team effort as well. The mechanics, yeah, they don't just sit there and wait to get called or brought up. They're listening to the radio tour, taking numbers, listening in case we miss anything as sports directors, and also our eyes out the back window where we can, or any hectic points. It always comes into great help when they're invested in helping you out.
Climbers behind them. Now it's the job of trying to hold off this peloton for as long as they possibly can. They fed the rope out a little bit, not with any great largesse or sense of generosity. But there's a little bit of washing machine going on about that peloton now as they try to assemble, get themselves organised. We're very much into the finishing zone of this stage. And that's another reason why things are changing a little bit. Oh, that's a Musette strap that didn't quite do what they were hoping it would.
No, it completely just broke, didn't it? And on the other side of the road, because of because this is because of the feed zone on the right. So riders are swinging to the left, and that's what's caused those riders on the left-hand side of the bunch to end up going on the grass.
No harm, no foul, but that was a sketchy one there for that Team Picnic Post-NL rider who looked like he had a gel or something in his mouth. I thought for a moment it might be Degenkolb, may well be, but the veteran German, and indeed all the riders still upright. Let's hope and touch wood, touch Formica, touch everything here that we get a clean run through to the finale of this one. The weather has been scorching hot all week, but mercifully we haven't had too much in the way of rain so far in Tour de France. I probably shouldn't say anything. There was a little bit of a rumour of the potential for a sun shower early on in today's stage. That has not yet materialised. We got the tiniest bit of a shower yesterday, which I think might have been a salve, a balm almost, a cooling shower for the riders in the on the final climb, start of the final climb yesterday. It's a fast-moving peloton, not aware of anyone at the back. We did lose a few riders yesterday, of course. We've lost 8 riders so far in Tour de France. By stage 7, that's actually a higher rate of attrition than we've had for well over 10 years. So this has been a bruising encounter, and what generally happens, of course, is that riders drop out with greater frequency in numbers as each stage goes on, as fatigue is accumulated, as more and more riders potentially are shipping and trying to heal injuries or a little bit of illness. But to have already lost 8 riders this early in Tour de France, it just is an indication of how demanding the stage has become. Yesterday, of course, we had Alex Molenaar, a non-starter after his crash the day before. Kian Uijtdebroeks, unfortunately, a non-finisher. Arvid de Klein as well, another sprinter who's no longer available for the Tudor squad. And Bert van le Berger, who's we've mentioned at length and on several occasions. So far today, he's not available to assist Tim Merlier. And this conversation we had with Brian Smith a little earlier on, I believe Brian is now going to take the reins and take us through to the concluding stages of concluding moments. Oh, we're going to catch up with Tim Merlier as well very shortly. Interesting to hear what the former European and Belgian national road race champion has to say about his prospects of winning another stage of of Tour de France. He's got 3 under his belt so far. 6 wins in 2026, 72 wins in his career. He's going to get another one in Bordeaux today.
Tim Merlier, how much you and the team want to bounce back after the first sprint, which didn't go actually as you expected and probably wanted?
Yeah, of course, it's a nice opportunity again today, so we are really motivated, and yes, of course, we want to win today. Yeah.
What did Tourmalet left in your legs?
A lot of
Okay, so is a totally different final, quite straight in Bordeaux. You think it suits better to you?
I don't know. I'm studying it a bit with Bert this morning, and it's quite narrow, quite hectic also. So position-wise will be really important, and there's not a lot of space to move, in my opinion.
The self-censoring Tim Merlier gives us his analysis of just how beautiful it is to ride the Tourmalet as a sprinter. He's through it, looks fresh, looks relaxed, looks full of fight as well. Just went up for the intermediate sprint. Brian, it was interesting to see that he did actually engage in that one. Everyone wants to fire up after a relatively routine day to this point.
Yeah, again, like a couple of days ago, a nice little hit out in the sprint, just to kind of fire the body up a little bit, because I know we've been averaging, you know, it's gone up a little bit, 45.8 kilometers an hour. They seem to be just kind of bowling along, taking it relatively easy in terms of a Tour de France stage, of course, on the flats. But you just want to kind of open up the engine a little bit, especially after a very tough day like yesterday. So, yeah, it's the first time that Merlier, we've seen him kind of look at the intermediate sprints, but that's behind him. It's a real interesting one. We've heard from most of our sprinters today, and of course, you know, we heard from a few of the sports directors, and I was listening to you and John there. Yes, the kind of straight sprints are that a straight sprint is more complex in a roundabout way than a more technical sprint. Technical sprints make it a little bit easier to hold position, but in these type of sprints, it's a little bit, you know, you can get engulfed with, you know, other lead outs and you know, other things happening, but it's the narrowness that is kind of shining out for me that a lot of them are talking about. I really do think that Tim Merlier will get it right today, and if he does, I think he could be winning. I've just noticed as well at the front, and they don't have to do it because these guys are only 40 odd seconds. NSN is starting to ride a little bit. It's that old school, you know, you have to earn the right to fight. That old school kind of unwritten, kind of, I wouldn't say it's a law in the peloton that it's kind of frowned upon. If you don't add anything to the chase, no matter who's in front, then it's frowned upon if, you know, your sprinter goes and wins the stage. So it's a case of that, a little bit of old school. I think it's Steve Bauer, my ex-teammate in the car. So it's still these old school things that you do. I don't think it's a case of putting a rider towards the front. They had Bennett there, they've got Frigo now, of a case to give them confidence, we're working for you, because the gap is only 30 odd seconds. But it's nice to see some of these old rules still applying.
30 to go. The neutral cars are out. They're hounding down the breakaway. And they're not for holding back now. Interesting that we do have extra teams and riders in there. I mean, if it's it seems like cycling has changed, and if there's an unwritten rule there, if it's not written down, it doesn't exist. So therefore, why bother? Why not, you know, keep more riders to engage in the lead out in organising things into that complicated finale. We talk about a relatively simple final kilometre, but the kilometres that precede it have their complications. You need as many troops potentially to assist Biniam Girmay in his bid for glory. He's looked fresher this year, hasn't he? He's looked back to the the rider that we've seen that took 3-stage victories in the points competition in 2024.
Take care of them now. And then you let your engine burn, huh?
Yeah. Drive it all the way to Bordeaux. And all in for Tim. Well, Lear's in good shape at the moment, despite the lack of Bert van der Berge.
Dylan van Baarle was riding a little bit earlier on. Not too sure where he is at the moment now, whether his job is done or... I don't know, reading into that answer there, whether it's let the engine burn there, whether he's saying, like, you know, get Tim Miller into the position in the last 5Ks and then let your engine burn, as if, you know, like, make sure you do a big strong lead out, a big turn at the fronts. But
that's when you would expect Dylan van Baarle to be deployed, isn't it?
Yeah, I would think that he would be the one that's, you know, when we come over the bridge and start heading in, that's, you know, he would be at the, you know, the big kind of firepower, you know, the big engine.
Yeah, it is a really impressive team, isn't it? They do, of course, have Valentin Paré-Pontre going for stage and honours, and maybe, not today, of course, but in the mountains. And they do have Willem van Wilder as well, their best placed rider, 14th overall. Within 10 minutes of the overall race lead. He's definitely got a shout at top 10, but so much of the focus of this team is based on supporting the sprint ambitions of Tim Merlier, with the likes of Pascal Encorn, who we've seen today, Jesper Stuyven, who's going to have the final lead-out duties. Dylan van Baarle is certainly the rider that we would have expected inside 5K to go and ahead of that final lift to the line. And Louis Vervaeke, who we haven't seen too much of today. We saw him right at the very beginning of the day, and I thought he was going to be the usual setup where he would do the donkey work, do the leg work, but they've shifted roles, they've moved it around a bit, as we often see. Stretching it tight in pursuit of the breakaway, and to set this one up, and we're going to take you right the way to the finish line here of this seventh stage of Tour de France into Bordeaux, with the National Road Race champion of Denmark, Magnus Cort Nielsen, who gave us all a great bit of entertainment by leading an Uno X surprise attack a little while ago. He's heading back to the team car for a little bit of extra sustenance. Ben Healy's just cruising along in the wheels, trying to make it as relaxed as possible a day as he can for the EF Education Easy Post squad. And they don't have any standout sprinter, and their focus pretty much entirely is on getting into breakaways in Tour de France 26. There are plenty of other teams in here that, though, have genuine ambition. The Soudal Quick-Step, Alpecin Premier Tech and NSN squads primary among them. They're all trying to see if they can't unseat Decathlon CMA CGM. I mean, talk about unwritten rules. We haven't seen Decathlon do any chasing today, and they've already got a sprint win under their belt. So, I mean, why not they having the responsibility to do a little bit of chasing?
Yes, you know, they have come here with a team, you know, looking to after Paul Sexas. They have got Kees Bol and Dan Hula, but both of them are going to be required for the last kind of 3 kilometres if he's going to get a lead out. So who else would you use up? You know, you've got we did see Riccatello. I wrote it down here. Riccatello came up and did a little bit of riding in the middle of the stage. I think I was on with Jono at the time. So, you know, he did a little bit. So they have done a little bit, but that's the thing. You know, we've got, you know, who's going to be coming up and riding? Prudhomme, Aurélien Paré-Pontre, Thijs Benoot and things like that. So they've done a little bit, but it's been very minimal. So I think that they're waiting for kind of Dan Hula and of course Cees Bal will be the last man for, you know, he'll be the lead out. Cees Bal, he's done it in the past for Mark Cavendish and many others.
Yeah, fine sprinter in his own right, isn't he, Cees Bal? And he's switched to lead-out duties in the last couple of seasons. Started off, I think, with Mark Cavendish, didn't he, at the Astana team as an established lead-out, having been a sprinter himself. It doesn't always work, does it? We've seen riders in the past change role from sprinter, and not everyone can get it. It's a black art, isn't it? It's not just about that ability to
Declan, you're
generate
quite
the
right in what you're. It's a role. It's not. You know, the best lead out guys are not the fastest sprinters, and vice versa. So, you know, there's different roles in the run-in towards the finishing line. Of course, you have to be fast, but at the end of the day, a sprinter's a sprinter. Lead-out man, it's a different role, and then, you know, number two as well. It's the completely different roles, and it's the same for, you know, when you're riding. Like yesterday, we saw, you know, the order of the riders, how they kind of peel off on the way up the Tourmalet to set up the Pogačar attack. So everybody's got a different role, and within that role, it's you train differently as well. I've been in situations where losing your sprinter and then asking your lead-out guy to kind of step up. Well, they train in a different way to, you know, to sprinters. So it is a very, very different role. I think, you know, one of your countrymen, Ryan Mullen, he was a kind of lead-out man, but now he's kind of changed role. He doesn't do that kind of lead-out training, and then he was a very good time trialer, so it's completely different training.
He lost his time trial when he went doing the lead out with sort of between 5 and 3k to go for the what's now the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad, and he's with NSN these days, of course. And you as well, you hear riders where they're when they go leading out, they lose, their sprint becomes blunted, because the last thing I think you want as a final lead out rider is someone who drops the sprinter, where, you know, with such a snap of acceleration that he actually, you know, creates. Oh, there's that bell again. Incredibly familiar sound. But by the same token, it's nice if the sprinter has a pocket of air to go into as well. So there's so many different aspects to that finishing sprint, all of which becomes blindingly obvious after the sprint has happened. But during the chaos or apparent chaos of it all, there is presumably some pattern to be discerned. And opportunity for a little bit of a chat between the teams as well. Down to 22 seconds.
Here we go. Watch the left. Watch the left. Uno
ambush.
Oh, Paddy Pogačar just moved over there. He didn't see them coming.
Well, this is an ambush. This is an opportunity, I think, for the Uno X squad to try and pull a bit of a fast one. Maybe just clip across here. Something you talked about, and they've already talked about it themselves and shown and demonstrated their interest in trying to do this one. Skruseth is the national champion, just trying to set this one up. And how do the Soudal Quick-Step squad react? Well, they go straight to the front. Abrahamsson again is the rider they're trying to create a springboard for a long-range attack. If Abrahamsson gets up the road for any length of time, he's a tough man to tow back. So they want to try and close this one down very promptly indeed.
Yeah, Dylan van Baal here, he just flicks the elbow. So he did a relatively short turn there, which shows you how fast the Uno X guys were going there. So it was almost a kind of launch. Skruseth, the Norwegian champion, trying to kind of launch Abrahamsson, but you know, over the last couple of years, everybody's recognised that Abrahamsson is just a beast, and when he gets in beast mode, he's very difficult to bring back. It was funny there because Valentin Parapanta was just moving to the right hand side, and then they came past it, and I could hear him, and I could see him shouting, you know, that
it could have been. Yeah.
So the thing is, you know, that was a good. I thought, and I mentioned earlier on today, that Kasper Asgreen might be a rider that would maybe kind of fancy this. We don't see this too often in races. Of course, going back, we used to see, you know, a last few kilometre attack. You know, I'm glad we're talking about old school tactics. I'm glad that, you know, these things, you know, they're trying these things because. You know, what else? You know, they're sitting there, they don't have much to fight for.
momentary reprieve perhaps, but no, this looks more like a fight for last man standing between Baptiste Westroffer and Jakob Petruba, who's not going to let him out of his sight that easily. They've been comrades at arms for the last little while. A little fist bump among them. It looks as if that has been decided. Will they continue to scrap just to maintain a few more seconds out front ahead of the other? Now at last they can chat about it and what they've achieved and what they've enjoyed. A gloriously futile exploit of the early breakaway in Tour de France, and not for the first time today, they're side by side. That's how they rode it into the intermediate sprint.
See, for Uno X back there, this is the second time they've kind of tried something. That was a little bit more serious that time. They have got Warrenskold, who said he's just going to surf the wheels. He doesn't really kind of lead and need to lead out. Although it would have been nice for maybe Magnus Cort and Abrahamsen and Skars. They're strong enough to try and kind of help him lead, out in the end. But he's decided that he'd rather go surfing than deploy a lead out. And they're always thinking of how we can try and win this stage out with having Warrenskold.
Heading down to Bordeaux, inside 20 to go, and the tempo has abated ever so slightly. They can't afford to let this one ease up too much or for too long, because now we're seeing all sorts of teams and all sorts of different colours, a confusion of the rainbow just starting to appear on the left-hand side of your picture momentarily, and that's a signal that other teams are willing and, of course, able to move up on that right-hand side of the road and take position and try and present their sprinters also, as you pointed out, potentially teams that don't have obvious sprinters, including the EF Education Easy Post squad. No standout galloper among their lineup, so maybe we'll see the likes of Kasper Asgreen, who's a great classics man and can generate enormous watts and sustained power for 5 kilometers or more. And will they start to re-establish cooperation down by the banks of the Garonne among those two up front, or will they be quickly scooped up now?
Yeah, they're about to be caught. It's been, I was just about to say it's been a long, hard day, but the average speed is 46.3. You can say it's been kind of long and hard for a lot of riders, but it seems to be relatively easy for most of the riders in the peloton, which normally when you get that situation, Declan, I just think it adds a little bit more energy to this final. It's going to be a really chaotic final, I would suspect. We've already seen one sprint, and that was chaotic, and the 3 second sprint zone, 5 kilometre sprint zone was evident that day because there was riders absolutely everywhere.
Stay to the right, they're going to come swooping past, says Baptiste Westroffer, as well he might, Jakob Petruba, and he chapeau long range efforts out there for 157 kilometres almost, over 3 hours 20, and between just the two of them, average speed of more than 46 kilometres an hour. They stay left and right. But Petruba has a different view. It's a big river. It's a large body of water. How many river boats went up and down this one over the years, ferrying for the most part, and in large measure huge vats of wine. Well, Brian Smith has an extensive collection of Bordeaux in your cellar.
I wish. The thing is, when any wine or whiskey comes into my house, it disappears. It's quick.
Yes,
so I just don't buy it and stock it. And
stored it.
I'd love to have a nice wine cellar, but yeah, the stock it gets needs to be replenished almost on a daily basis.
A wine cellar would be a nice place to go and put your bed in this kind of weather as well. Hot work for these riders. inside 17 to go. We are as one once again. It's a large peloton containing pretty much all of the riders left in Tour de France. 177 riders starting today. How many are going to be available to contest inside the final couple of kilometers? Well, the big name teams are starting to move. Finally, we've seen Decathlon, CMA, CGM on the right hand side with the usual suspects. Well, those two riders, Dan Hull and Cees Bol, sitting right in front of their man Olaf Koy, looking to pursue his see if he can add to his victory from a couple of days ago. Far left of the peloton, or the right hand side as we're looking now, we're seeing the NSN starting to move up, try and put Biniam Girmay where he needs to be. Final opportunity to take on some sustenance. And even musettes are being collected here. It's easier to get a bottle from a musette sometimes, isn't it? And that is not necessarily the... Yeah, a little apology from the front. So you definitely don't want to drop your beat on into the middle of the peloton.
No, you don't. You don't get a lot of water. Normally you see the team car potentially parked 50 metres, 100 metres, but at this pace it's yeah, that's just the sign. It's a clear instruction on a very fuzzy radio line there from Matt Winston to the Team Picnic Post NL riders. Pavel Bittner's being supported, and if that instruction is coming to Team Picnic Post NL, presumably a similar instruction is coming from the other team. So potential for a little bit of excitement in about 7 or 8k time. Yeah, at the moment, all very benign. Already discussed this at the team briefing, but you know that was hours ago. So normally when you get kind of 20 to 10, that's the time where you just remind the riders of what's coming up. Inside 10, you want to keep it as quiet as possible.
Bit of a phony war on the front as they are going to set up and leave it as late as they possibly can. Baptiste Vestre offers found Kevin Vauquelin for a little bit of a chat, his fellow countryman, just to discuss his breakaway exploits and how much fun he had in doing that one. Meanwhile, the rest cruising along in the wheels, and no sense that this one has fully ignited. And this is something you don't often see at Tour de France level, is it? That the final or the lead out into the sprint starts as late as it is at the moment. 4 riders for the decathlons on the right hand side. The Soudal Quick Steps all present and correct en masse on the left hand side. NSN squad have Biniam Girmay sitting nestling about third wheel. Jakob Truba, the other breakaway exponent, and he's also enjoying a well-earned drink after that one.
Yeah, I've seen this happen a few times in the past. If you're just tuning in, yeah, we are 14 kilometres away from the finishing line in the sprint stage of the Tour de France. It's not normal you see kind of bunched up like this, so but from time to time this does happen. Normally in the kind of first week of a Grand Tour, it's normally kind of flat out at this moment, but it just goes to show you that you have to be in position early. And also, you know, these guys, they cannot go at, you know, 55 plus kilometres an hour for 14 kilometres. You know, they're waiting to the initial point. We just heard from Matt Winston, there's 7.2, so you know they're in position now, and then through that, you know, there'll be a race into that part, and then it'll be full gas pretty much all the way to the finishing line, because as soon as that narrowing comes in at 7.2, then we're almost on the bridge with the amount of corners, and then it'll be kind of flat out for the last like 3.5 kilometres all the way to the finishing line. So, and it's a type of sprint, Declan, that you really need. It needs to be fast. Otherwise, you could get blocked in. You could a large group kind of passing by and getting swamped. So a technical sprint is a little bit easier because once you're in position you kind of stay there, but this is the one that has to be fast to make sure that your sprinter stays in the best position possible.
A roundabout offers potentially a little bit of an opportunity to move up or change the order at the front, and that can also add to a little bit of confusion. The sort of excitement that Ben Healy has absolutely no interest in getting involved in. He's going to keep his powder dry ahead of climbing opportunities to come. The decathlon's on the right hand side, absolutely perfectly positioned for Olaf Koy, the winner 2 days ago. Tim Merlier and his squad hard on the left at the moment, and well, immediately to their right, NSN en masse. The Cofidis squad also exactly where they need to be. They'll be satisfied. Opposite Premier Tech, just to the left of the decathlon squad, which is hard right in those blue jerseys. So Jasper Philipsen, Matthew van der Poel and others, and 3 riders for the Pinarello Q36.5 squad. They'll feel pretty good about things. I wonder whether they're going to get involved in the sprint today, or this is just about positioning and management for Tom Pidcock.
I'm just trying to look, sorry Declan, I'm trying to look to see if anybody's out of position more so than, the riders that are in position. They seem to be okay. I would think maybe Astana have been pushed back a little bit. They've got one rider on the left-hand side, another rider a few places behind, and I think that's Cantor. So the thing is, I don't think, of all the teams, they look as if they're all in kind of good position and kind of colour order for the moment anyway. I think it's only Astana with Max Cantor that is not perfect for them for the moment.
Yeah, second 2 days ago, so Max Cantor's flying high. We'll see whether rider wearing Dossard number 64 for the Astana squad he looked as if he was in sort of row 5 or 6, which puts him in about 70th position in the bunch. The road widens. Opportunity here. Once again, it's the Uno X squad. Scorseth is going to try and surprise all. And there you go. There's your man Casper Asgreen on his tail. Spotting an opportunity, perhaps. Will we see a little bit of extra energy here? Soudal Quick Step squad try and solve this one. 11.5 to go. And the pace has been manageable. But the road suddenly widens, and that offers an opportunity to breach the wall.
Well, he's waited a long time. I noticed him in the neutralisation zone. He had the aero helmet on, thinking about it. He did try it a couple of days ago. He's got Abra Hansen and looks like Liam Schloch as well, but they just never got that gap. Abra Hansen, well, he's not. He's going to continue. He's that sort of rider, but you cannot give him a metre at all. You have to shut him down, and Frigo's doing that.
It's Marco Frigo for the NSN squad that has spotted the danger and is able physically, and going right around that roundabout might not be the best course of action. You'll stay safe, but you might not necessarily gain too many places, and you could potentially lose quite a few. At any rate, this peloton now stretched thin. It's all changed in characteristic. Could be good news actually ahead of that pinch point with 7.2 kilometres to go.
Yeah, they were rather this than it bunched up as well. You can see Durbridge up there for Jaco Alula. There's a few. I think because the speed has been taken off quite considerably, there's a few teams really kind of looking at this run in. We don't often see, the last 10 kilometres of a Tour de France sprint stage like this. The pace is really kind of kicked off, which gives riders that kind of opportunity to try and do something in the final kilometres. But I think there's been a couple of alarm bells rung by certain teams now, and I think now's time to try and kind of keep the tempo a little bit higher to try and stop these attacks.
At least 3 riders in the Picnic Post and L squad found themselves on the left-hand side of the road. There's not much they could do about it, but they want to get over to the right. 2k from here is where this pinch point is, and they're going to have to stay narrow and to the right. Well, everybody wants to be close to the front. Nobody wants to be absolutely on the front. And after that little bit of excitement, once again kicked off by the Uno X squad, it eases off ever so slightly. The Jayco squad want to take it up. Cofidis on the front indeed for the from Wehrmacht Milan Fretin.
Koy was in the right hand side there, sorry Declan, and he was like, do I go over there or do I stay here? Are you guys going to come over to my side or am I going to go over? But he's moved over to the right hand side there.
Mads Pedersen moving up, easing his way up on the left-hand side of the road as well. He's very close to Girmay, just to his right. Tim Merlier a little bit further back in the pocket. He's going to trust his teammates, the Soudal Quick Step squad, and you got to trust your teammates at this point.
Yeah, this is, you can see the pace is up now, 56, 55, 57 kilometres an hour. This is us going to that kind of narrowing now. So everybody's been told, get to the front now, don't get caught behind, because all it needs is a little incident coming together and the road is blocked. And you've got to remember, it's a 5k sprint zone today, so you know, for a lot of the GC contenders, they want to get up here as well, and it causes a little bit more concern because everybody's getting the same information.
Yeah, a series of 90-degree bends with 4.8 kilometres to go. That's just after the sprint zone, but they will all want to get in position ahead of that. So it could be a hectic lead into the all-important 5k to go point. Before that, we've got that little bit of action potentially in the next 500-600 metres. And the Cofidis squad have moved over to the right-hand side of the road. Soudal Quick Step squad still happy enough to take the road less travelled on the right-hand side of our picture, left-hand side of the road. Cofidis think about going over there, then change their mind. Sweeping left and right. And up the middle, who's going to take the opportunity? Phil Bauhaus is going to be presented for the Bahrain Victoria squad in those blue jerseys, the sky blue sleeves. Just one rider up for the Tudor Pro Cycling. I suspect that's Rick Plymers, who's been given his opportunity following the departure of Arvid de Klein. Netcompany Ineos in the grey on the left-hand side. We've heard that Dorian Godin is going to go sprinting today. He's recovered from his stage 2 crash, and he's available and full of beans. And the NSN team just starting to move up onto the tail of that Netcompany Ineos train, and there you go, there's the narrowing with 7.2 to go, and it really is narrow. If you own it at the front here, maybe an opportunity for a minor breather.
Yeah, one lane, all safely through there from what I can see as well. Biniam Girmay's got plenty of teammates round about him, and Netcompany Ineos have moved up a little bit, so you know, this is going to thin the peloton out a little bit, but again, the pace has been taken off. Quinn Simmons is at the front there, Pedersen in the green. Still numbers there as expected, Dan Hula, and of course Cees Bol there for sprint victory for Olav Koy there. But as soon as we kind of open up again, riders start to kind of move. But yeah, it was an opportunity there just to kind of ease off a little bit, but now the road opens up, you start to get riders moving in the left and the right now.
Here comes Vacek up on the outside. Great work done by Quinn Simmons to present Mads Pedersen up through and thread the eye of the needle, actually. And he's right in the front at the moment is the US champion, as Vacek just arrives onto, just in front of Mads Pedersen, 7th 2 days ago. The victor the day before, and Simmons, Vacek and Mads Pedersen are a little bit of a combine. They're a little bit of a triumvirate that can create wonderful things. Can they go up against the likes of Merlier, Philipsen, Koy, et al., and produce another glorious victory? Inside 6 kilometres to go. If you're back at the back of this one right now, you're no longer part of the action on stage 7 of Tour de France.
Yeah, just looking at NSN on the left-hand side there, with Biniam Girmay in 4th place. You've got Cantor just following him with Mike Tunison on the wheel. So they don't have numbers that they had the other day. I tell you who has numbers, Cofidis in the red with the yellow sleeve. They're really up for this one, but yeah, still, you know, having 2 riders with Olav Koy is making it a little bit easier to move, but then again he's just been pushed back off the wheel. I'll look behind, and he'll be looking, this number 55 at the bottom, Olav Koy, but Merlier is sitting primed with 2 riders in front of him, including Stuyven.
So it was 3 riders to assist for Milan Fretan of the Cofidis squad. That's down to 2, but we're now 5k to go, and this is the all-important 5k zone. Looks like we've got cleanly through that with no implications for any GC favourites. Now, though, we've got this right-left confusion about to happen, and it's Netcompany Ineos squad that have managed to get command of the front of the peloton into that series of 90-degree bends that will offer that opportunity to stretch this peloton thin. Netcompany Ineos going sprinting today.
Yeah, they are, and they've got 2 riders in front of Godin, so they're in a good place. looks like Josh Tarling is leading the peloton for the moment anyway. But just look at this, it's strung out, and I would suspect it's going to remain like this if the lead out is good. There's certainly numbers there for Alpecin and Philipsen, but strung out over the bridge. And it has to be fast, because if you've got your sprinter in position, these are the moments where it's time to go.
Yeah, it's time to go across the bridge, across the Garonne, and head ultimately by degrees onto the finish line, or towards the finish line, in K. Louis 17, or is it the 18th? I think it is 18. But at any rate, that's the finish line. That's where we're headed after just 4 kilometers from here. Right on, and gunning for glory. Net Company Ineos at the front. The Cofidis squad also primed with multiple riders. 3 riders still available for Milan-Fretin. 1 rider there for the Soudal Quick-Step squad at the moment, but they are going to return to the front of this stage if they possibly can at the death, as they run through, and it's still just 1 rider available for Max Canter, and the rest of the peloton trying to recover from that series of bends and across the bridge.
Yeah, you can see just 4 riders in front of Philipsen in the blue, so they are the team with the most numbers towards the front now. I noticed that Merlier, Stuyven was the rider for Soudal in 4th place there, but Merlier he's on the left hand side together with Olaf Koy, so they've been kind of pushed back a little bit, but I think the blue train of Alpecin Premier Tech are just waiting to kick into place, and they certainly have got the numbers in front of Philipsen. 4 riders at his command.
Oh, looks fantastic at the moment for the Alpecin Premier Tech squad. They've got numbers, numerous numbers, haven't they? Carroral starting to arrive as well. Green and white colours. Fernando Gaviria in the pocket, looking on the shoulder of Fred Wright, and beside, and pretty close to Tim Merlier. Mads Pedersen just a little bit further behind. He spotted the opportunity, perhaps, of this Alpecin Premier Tech lead-out train. What a show of strength by Alpecin Premier Tech. If they can keep riders all the way through, and in this final kilometre, it could be an armchair ride to the finish for Jasper Philipsen, but lots yet to happen in this finale. But those first 5 riders on the left hand side at the front of this main peloton represent the interests of a man who's already won 10 stages of Tour de France, but none so far in Tour de France 2026.
Yeah, they've come to the front at the right time, but it's prime place on his wheel. Biniam Girmay was there. Gaviria is also up there towards the front in the green. Mads Pedersen just in that corner there, been pushed back a little bit, but now it's Tim Merlier. He's just given himself a little spray. He's got on the wheel of Stuyven. Just to the left of him you can see Philipsen. He's still got riders in front of him. This is going to be a massive lead out by Mathieu van der Poel.
When you've got a rider of the calibre of the former world champion himself, no mean sprinter to lead you out. It's a superb opportunity here for Jasper Philipsen. Opportunity too from Pavel Bittner as the Picnic Post NL squad tried to put a rider into the mix. And Mads Pedersen is, to all intents and purposes, freelancing here. The green jersey holder looking for a second stage, but he's got to take his cue from the lead outs of others. Similarly for the NSN squad, looks like Biniam Girmay has decided to detach from his teammates and go looking at the lead outs from the others. Everyone will be concerned, aware and impressed so far by Alpecin Premier Tech. It's now 2 in front of Jasper Philipsen under the kite and gunning for glory into Bordeaux. Everyone wants that lead out as Jasper Stuyven elbows them off the wheel, and he's in position, prime position for Tim Merlier, puts him onto the wheel of Jasper Philipsen. It's going to be one-on-one between the 2 Belgians, except here comes Olaf Koy. They're going to try and move him up and into position. Well, where is he? Verenskjold as well is in good position. Gaviria is right where he needs to be at the moment. He's won the race for the lead out, and he's right on the tail of Jasper Philipsen into the final 250 metres to go. Here comes Jasper Philipsen, and trying to muscle him out of it is Girmay. Verenskjold comes to the run. Girmay is there as well. Here comes Tim Merlier. Tim Merlier around the outside. Verenskjold up the middle, but it's Tim Merlier that's going to get there. Tim Merlier delivers the victory, and it all looks so easy at the end of that one. A frenetic conclusion to stage 7 as the former European champion and the former Belgian champion delivers his first success in Tour de France 2026. It is a 4th career victory for Tim Merlier, and immediately goes looking for friends, teammates and rivals and everyone else to congratulate. Textbook stuff in the end, and it came down to who was fastest in that gun to the line. A little bit of an arm wrestle between Jasper Philipsen and Fernando Gaviria. That'll be discussed afterwards, but Tim Merlier, well, no doubt about the man that got the win.
Yeah, that was a good one. It was rather chaotic in the run in towards the finish here, and Mathieu van der Poel left him up here. Yeah, I think the jury will look at this one. Philipsen moves to the right-hand side, blocks Gaviria. Warrenskov was coming here, and there's so many riders all over the place there, but outside the melee comes Tim Merlier, and he wins this pretty much with ease. Warrenskov just hanging in there, Girmay, Canter up there, Bauhaus, Pedersen, he's going to get some good points as well, but quite easy in the end. Well, it looked easy, but you know, he'll take that one, and Warrenskov a very good second place there.
Beautiful success, his 4th in Tour de France history, and the departure of Bert van der Berge has not blunted his opportunities. Tim Merlier up for a 7th victory in 2026. It's an 8th Grand Tour success for the Belgian. Soren Verenschuld looked like he had a great chance to take a first Tour success, but when you're up against a rider of the class and the caliber of Tim Merlier, what can you possibly do?
The thing is, it looked very good for Alpecin. They got it almost kind of perfect, and in the end, you know, that's a nice manoeuvre. Just how easy was that, right? But for Philipsen himself, he got to the front with 200 metres to go and just never had the kick that we normally see him have. He said the other day in the first sprint that he had dead legs. He just didn't have good legs at all. But he just, it was perfect. You know, pretty perfect for him. Just never had the sprint legs.
What a great job Jesper Stuyven did too.
Yeah. He got himself, he moved up on the bridge, got himself in a good place, and he was just waiting for Merlier to join him. Cees Bol, well, he put Olaf Koy in the right place, but looking at here, Plancart, Mathieu van der Poel, there's still numbers there. I think the jury will look at this. I wouldn't be surprised if he was relegated, Philipsen, for the manoeuvre. But it was always going to be very messy. It looks even worse from the front here. It looks as if everybody's so close. But Stuyven did a terrific job there in looking after Merlier. Russo, I think it's in there for Groupama. Not really an out-and-out sprinter, but got himself in the mix, courtesy of positioning. But this is when Mathieu van der Poel goes, what, 500 metres to go, just outside. And you think at this moment, it's going to be another Philipsen win, and Stuyven, well, he just drops him off onto the wheel, and at this moment, Tim Merlier, Dorian Godon comes up onto his wheel. Girmay is just waiting. You know, we're getting to what, 400 metres to go. Still Mathieu van der Poel. Gaviria, perfect positioning. He just doesn't have the form at the moment. And then as we get closer towards the finish, still it's Mathieu van der Poel, 250 to go. And it's at this moment that he moves over. 250, still a long way to go. But we've seen Philipsen doing this quite often. That manoeuvre there, he might see, hear something from the commissaires, but just look at the doors that were opening for everybody there, including Tim Merlier. He just comes out. As soon as he hits the front, in the last 100 metres, there's only going to be one winner. I have to say that a strong performance there from Warrenskov, but Gaviria was in a perfect place. Okay, he got knocked towards the barriers, and of course, you know, lost a lot of the speed. But and then you can see the green jersey of Pedersen, you know, just battling for as many points as you can. It does look as if an old teammate, but yeah, it did look as if Pavel Bittner maybe got into the top 10 there as well.
As confirmation of the finishing order, it's a smiling Tim Merlier that takes the glory ahead of Søren Bernskjold on stage 7. Biniam Girmay in third once again into Bordeaux, and third for the second time in this particular event. Max Canter up for fourth. Philipsen faded to fifth. Phil Bauhaus sixth. Huub Aerts, another great top 10 for him. Dorian Godon in 8th, Mads Pedersen scoring some nice points in 9th, and Tom van Asbroek into the top 10. Belgians 1st and 10th, but it's Tim Merlier once again. Glory for Belgium, glory for Soudal Quickstep, and victory for Tim Merlier on stage 7. Woof, all too easy. Let's hear from Louis Vervaeke. It's a great piece of execution once again for the Soudal Quickstep squad. How often have they done it?
I don't know what you saw about the last kilometers, but it was quite hectic, and he did a pretty good job with all the team.
Yeah, we lost Bert. He's our major lead-out guy, so I had to jump in. It's really something I don't like. I was so nervous all day. I had the 5K point, and I bring them there, and then we had confidence in Jasper. He could do alone, and I think he did a perfect job, and Tim is the fastest guy on earth for the moment, so I'm so happy and emotional that he won. It's a big relief for the team, I think.
You said you don't like this job, but as you did it that well, probably you will do it in the future as well.
If I have to, I will. It's my job, but it's not something I really like. It's as a climber, it's not such a nice job, but for Tim and Jasper in my wheel, they give me so much confidence and direction, so actually make it more easy, so I'm really happy.
What does it mean to the team?
It's a lot. Winning a stage in the Tour, it's always a relief. We don't have with Bert that we lost didn't look so good yesterday, but yeah, we kicked back today, and it's super nice. I think every team wants to win a stage in the Tour. With UAE on the starting grid, it's already hard because half of the stage is almost gone, so I'm happy we got our stage.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So some delight then for Tim Merlier and his team, and demonstrating just quite how strong he is. And they are Soudal Quickstep with first stage win of this year's Tour de France. Tim Merlier with his 4th stage win at the Tour de France. First one came back in 2021 on stage 3, had a couple last year, and he'll be confident, I am sure, that he can get a few more this year. Jesper Stuyven dropping out of proceedings with 500 metres to go. Mathieu van der Poel doing a wonderful job to lead out Jesper Philipsen. Søren Bernskjold firing himself up to get towards the line, but then Merlier just came burning through in the last 55 metres, and he did make it look oh so easy. Victory for Tim Merlier. Let's go and hear from the main man.
Tim Merlier, a 3rd stage success on the Tour de France. Would you say a 4th? Yeah, of course. Oui, 3 avant, plus 1, 4. Would you say that this one is the victory of experience? You timed it perfectly.
Perfectly, I don't know, because I lost my sprint. We don't know how far it was, but yeah, it was a mess to be in position. But I make it. Thanks to the team for it. Great work of them, and yeah, after all the work 2 days ago and today, we were the only team with Alpecin who were riding to take the breakaway back. So I'm happy. Yeah, it's not another team who win.
It was indeed pretty hectic. How did you time your effort? How did you work? Did you have your eyes on Jasper, your eyes on your rivals?
Yeah, long time I can't follow Jasper. Lost him, and then I say, I'm like in the casino. They box me away everywhere, so I need to go back to Jasper. And then I got a bit more space, time to give the legs a bit of air. But then in the last like 600 meters again, we were again boxing. So I told to myself, no, we're going to fight till the finish. And yeah, happy I can take him.
A real boxing match. After Pau, I suppose it's a relief to win a sprint on the Tour.
Oh, I feel really well. It's only my third Tour de France, and now in every participation I take a win. So yeah, make me proud.
Congratulations. Thanks.
So, third participation in the Tour de France, fourth stage victory at the Tour de France. He got one in 2021 when he was here for the first time. Two last year, stage 3 and stage 9. This time he takes stage 7 to open his account. And you have to say, it is opening the account. You're not sure whether there'll be more to come, because there might well be.
Les plus rapides sprinteurs au monde sont bien présents sur le Tour de France 2026 et assument leur statut.
Voilà, mon cher Damien, donc beaucoup de personnalités présentes vers ce podium protocolaire.
Comfortable margin of victory. Warren Scholl second, Gamay third, Conta in fourth. It looked like Phillips came home in 5th place on that picture.
Jean-Yves Le Drian est également des nôtres et beaucoup de personnalités pour cette ville de Bordeaux, ville sportive. On a eu l'occasion de saluer tout à l'heure sur la ligne d'arrivée les champions, championnes de France, champions d'Europe.
And then we've got Phil Bauhaus, Hubert Arts, Dorian Goudon, Mads Pedersen and Tom Van Arsbrook making out the top 10.
Ce petit vent sympathique rend protocolaire. Un petit clin d'œil à Pierre-Yves Touot également, évidemment, du Tour de France. Voilà, le bras droit de notre qui a donc évidemment lui aussi vécu avec plaisir. C'est arrivé au sprint, Damien, donc j'espère que tout va bien dans la cabine. Et si évidemment on est en mesure de lancer ce podium protocolaire, eh bien écoute, si le cœur t'en dit, s'il n'y a plus rien à dire, tu peux éventuellement nous rejoindre, tu seras le bienvenu.
Eh bien, avec plaisir, un théâtre absolument magnifique en tout cas.
No happiness is a stage win on the Tour de France.
À la place des Quinconces, tout près de la place de la Bourse, du miroir d'eau et du cœur historique de la ville de Bordeaux. Et il faut pouvoir saluer également la performance des acteurs de cette...
Second place on the sprint stage behind Tim Merlier. Is that a disappointment being so close, or is that a satisfaction?
I'm quite satisfied. I know I'm not the fastest one, so when I knew he was close to me, so it wasn't like on the first stage when he was in the 10th position when they opened the sprint. So yeah, I knew it was going to be super hard to beat him, but I'm really satisfied with my execution of the sprint. So yeah, I started perfectly, I think, just before the others, so I can block them a bit on the right side. But yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, with the team you came at the right moment. It's what you were planning, more or less, I guess.
Yeah, I knew that it's a sprint that's more narrow than you think, and it's easier to get blocked also than you think. So I knew if I just got free path to the finish line, that yeah, I can have a quite good top speed if I just open up. I don't have the kick as the others, but yeah, I think that was the best we could do today.
Warren Scholl, à part Jasper Philipsen qui s'est découvert un petit peu trop tôt. On le voit ici au 250 avec au bout de la coude avec le Colombien Fernando Gaviria. Sur Warren Scholl sera parmi les 5 premiers de déporter sur la zone. Et à la gauche du Norvégien, la poussée Tim Merlier, le dossard 91 qui vient remporter l'étape ici du côté de Bordeaux. Tim Merlier.
Well, Astana very present in both the intermediate sprint and the sprint at the end here. Mike Turnison trying to lead Max Conta into a better position than the one he ended up in. Still, Max Conta, who finished in second on the sprint a couple of days ago, was 4th today. Let's see what his reaction is to today's stage. We're just trying to grab a quick word with him down at the finish line. And one imagines that he'll be relatively pleased, although he has lost second place in the green jersey. Biniam Gamay picking up more points today, which will have an effect on that green jersey standings.
Max Conta, what a sprint. Talk us through the last few hundred meters?
Yeah, it was not ideally for us. We were really blocked in the last kilometer. I had 3 guys still there, but we didn't come out. I knew that the corner slightly to the right, so at 400 I just said I go and see how far I can come. I think in the end I was 4th or something. Not ideal, but we made the best out of the situation.
The way you've been sprinting in this tour, in the intermediate sprints, in the first sprint and now today, what confidence and what hope do you allow yourself to have for the rest?
Yeah, for sure the hope to win one stage, but as we know, we are the best in the world. It's not easy. I feel good legs, but it also has to come together, everything. On the first sprint we did an amazing job, and I just waited maybe a millisecond too long there, but yeah, sometimes that's sprinting. Sometimes you're too early, sometimes you're too late. The only thing what you can do is try to do it better the next time.
A regulation day for Tadej Pogačar. Regulation day signing yellow jerseys. 56 days now in the yellow jersey, and he's guaranteed 57.
Do some interviews if the winner is not ready yet. Sorry.
Tadej Pogačar waiting to see if he can fit in a little bit of media duty before the podium. So no change as expected in the general classification, with Tadej Pogačar out in front. 2 minutes and 42 seconds his lead over Jonas Vingegaard in the overall. So here are the leaders' jerseys. Tadej Pogačar in yellow, Mads Pedersen in green, although he has seen his lead eaten away a little in that, just down to 59 points now. Mayo Epois remaining with Pogačar, and Isaac Del Toro still in white. Winner of the stage, Tim Merlier. And for the second time on this tour, Baptiste Weithofer is the most combative rider. Bordeaux used more on the tour even than Pau. Well, for Uno X it's been a really good Tour de France so far. They did suffer with the loss of Torstein Tran at the beginning of today, but they had second place on the stage. Here's Thor Hushovd.
Thor Hushovd, as always, a very chaotic, messy finale into Bordeaux. But what a sprint from Søren Warensgaard there. Second place, challenging the other sprinters.
Yeah, that was impressive, and it was. We talked a lot about this sprint because yesterday you all know that we had a really off day where everything kind of. Yeah, didn't work out. So, but mentally we said that we have to switch, and we did from day one. That's why we also try to attack to get the guys moving. And also, if you never try, you never win. And it's so good for Søren because sometimes I'm not saying that he doubts himself, but you need it for a morale for the mind. And he proved today that he can beat all the best sprinters in the world.
In which way do you motivate the riders? It's not like they need motivating to race, but after such a bad day yesterday, an upsetting day yesterday for the team, trying to bring them back up, how did you do it?
I mean, I met them with a smile and saying, well done. We have to look back over the 2 days we had in yellow jersey. We were leading Tour de France. And then I said, we also have a lot of other opportunities. Now we are more free. We can attack and ride like this. And that's how kind of we are known for as well as a team. And so I think that helped for everyone. So it's nice to see we are there again.
You've won bunch sprints in the Tour de France. You know how difficult it is to win stages. Seeing the way that Soren raced just then, do you think going forward in sprints, he's got the potential to come across that line first?
I know he have the potential, and I'm sure after today he knows it himself as well. And maybe he have a couple of, or maybe he can look back and say, if I did that or that, I could have won, which I hope, because then he will know more that he have it in him.
Thank you, Tor.
A confident builder for Soren Woollenschacht. So time for our podiums, starting with the winner of today's stage. A 73rd Pro win for Tim Merlier, a 4th Tour de France stage win, an 8th Grand Tour stage win for Merlier, and he's won stages on every single Tour de France he has been to, winning his first one in 2021, and now he's got a 4th after winning 2 last year. 33 years of age, Tim Merlier, with his first stage, and with Soudal Quickstep's first stage of this tour as well.
À l'issue d'un sprint qui a été absolument royal. Voilà. Ah, qu'est-ce qu'il veut faire, notre ami Tim? Ah, il range ses lunettes. D'accord, très bien, pas de souci. Ah non, c'est un cadeau. C'était promis. Voilà. Hop là, voilà. Bah, c'est un peu comme le bouquet de la mariée. Celui qui a reçu les lunettes gagnera l'étape demain. Le vainqueur d'étape chaque jour.
So he's given away his glasses. We're going to hear from Tom Steels about what he made of today's stage. They had a plan, and they executed it perfectly.
Tom Steels, first of all, congratulations. A magnificent victory there for Tim Merlier. When I spoke to you this morning, we were talking about the replay from stage 5 and how he had the speed, he was just out of position. Here, he was head and shoulders in Bordeaux.
Yeah, it was a big fight, I must say, the whole day. But then, how do you say that, cat and mouse play with the breakaway was not easy. But then once into the final, the last 5 was really a big hectic fight. And they lost each other, they found each other. And luckily, they all had experience to find it. But then once they got into the final straight, a bit of a fight with Gaviria, I lost positions again. But then he showed his class, and he, once he had the space and he could go, yeah, he's the fastest.
What had you said to Jasper Stuyver ahead of the stage? Because he was the rider who was going to be the replacement for Bert van Leeuwenberger, if you like.
Yeah, but I know we just tried to set up a clear plan with the guys. Where we had to be, and then of course that last 3 kilometers we know it was quite tight, and then it's all about them, all about their experience, and they just follow they go into the flow and they try to get the best out of it.
You were on the radio today in the team car guiding Tim Merlier to victory. You won here in 1999. How special does that feel?
It's always special to win a stage, but there are some cities that make it extra special. And Bordeaux is a sprinter city, and a lot of sprinters won here. That makes it also nice to put that cross away that you won here. So, congrats to Tim.
Thank you, Tom. Congratulations.
It is a sprinter city, and it is now a sprinter city that Tim Merlier can look back at and go, I have won there.
Voilà, donc dit 33, il est pas malade, hein, garçon. Loin s'en faut pas besoin des médecins.
Well, winner a couple of days ago was Olav Koy. He finished in 23rd today, which is quite a long way down. Let's go and find out what happened to his sprint.
Actually, I saw you were well positioned, and I didn't understand exactly what happened. Can you tell us more about the final?
Yeah, I think once we came off the bridge, I think we were in good position, but then we lost a few places there somewhere, and then we were a bit stuck in the washing machine. Tried to get out just before 1K to go, but yeah, never really got far enough to the front.
I saw you debrief a little bit with Mark Renshaw. Can you tell us if you already went into an analysis of today?
No, not a deep analysis. I think we just have to rewatch, speak together how everyone felt and what we could have done better. But yeah, I already look forward to tomorrow.
It's not easy with just two guys in the end for you. I mean, the team work, cannot work for you here at the Tour as they do with the other trains.
No, but I think we showed on the first sprint that it's possible, and we are not just with two in the sprints. Actually, I think the whole team supports me on a day like this. So I think we just have to take some lessons from today and try to improve.
Good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Green jersey next. And that was Mads Pedersen. Mads Pedersen, who picked up 16 points at the intermediate sprint, only finished in, I think it was 9th place. So 9th place means that he lost a few points to Biniam Girmay on the finish line, and as a consequence, the lead in this particular competition is down to 59 points. Mads Pedersen still out in front, but started the day 75 points up, and now that's down to 59.
Dans cette chaleur, on salue Sophie Morissetti-Chaud, donc qui elle aussi transpire comme tout un chacun. On peut être une ancienne grande championne et transpirer quand même. C'est même bon signe, paraît-il, il reste ainsi de bonne santé.
Tim Merlier delivered the first win for the Belgian here at the Tour de France 2026. A kind of expected one. So I don't know who you did pick up this morning. Yes, you did it. So, but actually, what kind of sprint has it been? Quite a long straight in the final, but Quick Step did the best of the job possible.
They did. They had to recompensate for the loss of Bert van Leerberge. He was always the last man for Tim. Jasper Stuyven jumped in, and you could see on TV he dropped him off right at the right position. And really incredible, perfect job by him, dropping him off. Good lead out by Alpecin Premier Tech, but Tim Merlier was just there. And now, today, it's his 10th stage race in a row where he shows up and wins at least one stage, 10 races in a row. So he's just reliable as anything.
Absolutely sensational. I just talked to Olav Koy, got stuck in the middle of the bunch, and he said when you're stuck in a washing machine, you can't get out of it easily. And he didn't manage to do it, actually. More reaction to come from the ground.
Another day in yellow for Tadej Pogacar, and one imagines it'll be another day in yellow at the end of tomorrow, because it's a sprint stage again, and I think Tadej has no particular envie to lose that yellow jersey.
Félicité par l'hôtel SLCL en présence de Guillaume Lambourg, directeur régional Centre-Aquitaine LCL, et par Thomas Cazenave, le maire.
No change in the graphic. No changes at all in the yellow jersey standings. Time now to hear from NSN's Lewis Askey.
Lewis Askey, talk us through the run-in as a team today to deliver Biniam Girmay from your point of view. How did it go?
Yeah, I think actually we did quite a good job today. Like I said, I've just arrived back at the bus, so I didn't actually see the final. I think Binny said he was feeling super good, and from what I hear, he maybe got a little bit close on the line, but he's feeling good. So I think that gives us confidence for the opportunities still to come. As a team, we did a pretty good job. Some of the boys were flying today. We knew it was going to be quite a tight final, so we tried to kind of start our lead out a little bit earlier just to keep him out of trouble, and by the sound of it, it worked pretty well. So.
Seems like that was the tactic of many teams. We know the Alpecin Premier Tech did deliver Jasper Philipsen, but I know it's maybe hard for you to answer now in the heat of the moment. But why change this tactic for this final?
Yeah, good question. Because normally the tour's a little bit different to a lot of the other sprints, where you just it's so hectic and people normally lose everyone. So there's normally not really, as you see on the first day, not really one train that kind of dominates. And I think, yeah, we kind of wanted, because it was a tight final, we just wanted as less people as possible, just to kind of make it less dangerous and less issues that can happen, because, you know, we believe in Binny's sprint at the moment, and he also feels super strong. So the more chance we can give him to sprint, the better for us.
Thank you, Lewis. Well done today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Second time in 3 days, Baptiste Weiterhofer has been up on the podium for being the most combative rider.
Et le combatif du jour de l'équipe Lotto Intermarché, celui qui n'a pas peur d'avaler les kilomètres, eh bien c'est un garçon qui s'appelle Baptiste Weiterhofer. Voilà, on va l'applaudir très fort. Deuxième passage en combatif, félicité par Bernard Hinault, entre autres, dans le palmarès, quintuple vainqueur du Tour et ambassadeur Century 21. De l'autre côté du podium, eh bien, c'est Ariane Van Gelu, adjointe au maire de Bordeaux en charge du sport et de la jeunesse, conseillère métropolitaine et ancienne championne de France de rugby avec les Lionnes du Stade Bordelais. Et bien sûr, l'hôtesse Century 21, qui félicite mental à monsieur Thomas Cazenave d'ici quelques instants, monsieur le maire, avec la virgule Tour de France, bien sûr.
Let's take a look then at stage 8. It is from Périgueux through to Bergerac, and it is once again a relatively flat stage. 180.4 kilometres, 1,150 metres of climbing, so a little more than today, but not really a huge amount more. And once again, it's a relatively quiet start as they trundle through to Sarlat-les-Guenida. They've got a fourth category climb at the Côte de Dôme, and then it's the intermediate sprint at Saint-Cyprien before the Côte de Buisson de Cadouin. Another fourth category climb comes before the descent into Bergerac. Should be fun. And this is what's coming up. We've got the Whoop UCI Mountain Bike World Series from Paul Arinsal coming up right away. There's more action from that tomorrow. We've got stage 8 from the Tour that starts at 1 o'clock Central European time. Tomorrow evening, the Climbing World Series in Chamonix. Dare to choose sport on HBO Max. Dare to choose the Tour.